I guess there's no avoiding it. It's time to play Final Fantasy XI. The evil one. Okay, unfavorite that now. Speaking of which. Do it, Ben One Eye. Do it! Catch the rain! Don't you mean the train? No. The rain. Catch the rain. Just not with your mouth. Don't do that. I heard recently that all rain on the entire world is now qualified as too toxic to drink straight. You need to filter it first. Toxic might be the wrong word, but contaminated, right? I was actually thinking about it. I wanted to mention this when Blake Duvall's around, but he'll see it on the VOD. It is amusing to me that this game feels like this is just this unending stretch of hell death. Because it's only going to be about 3 weeks, which honestly is not all that long. Not for doing an entire MMO. Front to back. All, almost all content. Like, we're into the 3rd week now. We have just started the 3rd week. Oh, I shouldn't get my hopes up. Who knows how long Adelaide will be. We are at 2.5 of like 5-something. And yeah, I've done almost all of WoW, and I've done all of FF14. No, really. Most of Guild Wars 2, and all of STO, and all of Tor. No, Ben One Eye, no, no, no. 5 weeks would be a different animal. Hydra Hexia. Well, burn my brambles and call me a ghost town if it ain't Lore Runner. You're the official duel in the Rala Waterways? You bet your britches. Oops, I guess you already know the outcome, huh? No matter the result, it's what they're fighting about that really gets my blood boiling. Ever since Grand Chancellor Ignis reinstated colonization, those in favor and those against have been squaring off something fierce. At each other's throats like rapid lapinions, I say. This ain't the first incident either. With all the young'uns around here, we get more ornery about this topic than develop with the toothache. It ain't hard to see why tensions be a flaring. I ain't much of a reader, but if you're looking to turn a page or two about the ill will between the two factions, the Selenial Memorial Library is a good place to start. One title in particular on the tip of my tongue, but... God, I hope so, Trihexia. I would also accept him dying. There's options here, you know. What, the overhaul to the Klingon story again? I guess I shouldn't say it so dismissively. But is that what you're talking about? The remaster? I mean, I'm allowed to say that dismissively. The whole reason I quit STO, regardless of it being a dying game... oh my god. It's like... here. Is because even before it really started going to hell, content updates were so trickle-fed that I was just sick of it. I was sick of the game. Nier Replicant, Shadow Warrior 2013, and FF14 Evercold. Thank you, Hippolytos. As always, much appreciated. Oh man, I love spaghetti. With red sauce. Has to be red sauce. You make spaghetti with white sauce, we're gonna have words. They will not be kind words. Yeah, I don't think most people enjoy spaghetti with bugs in it. Looks like someone's been reading about who is opposed to colonization. 100 years after the Great Expedition came to close, Adolin's leader was still plagued by numerous burdens left on their city. Faced with mass poverty and a collapse of their nation, the king and 11 order representatives debated furiously for days on end how to rectify their plight. It was only a matter of time before they realized the recourse left was to form an alliance. Thus, the long-standing dynasty erected of the founder king was torn down, and out of political rubble came the sacred city of Adolin. Established to further economic prosperity of the nation as well as to quell its upstart rivals, this merger of the archipelago's various settlements signaled a new beginning for the continent. Hi, Kaisen Zero. Yeah, also a lot of Adolin quests seem to be kind of racing through stuff, which I don't mind for the record. Like, honestly, I'll take it a sprint at this point in my life, you know? Especially after Wings was just... I don't know what to call it. A slog? Crawl? Wings was so bad. That's what frustrated me the most about Wings. I was actually really into the Wings story, quite a bit. It was just really hard to enjoy. Yeah, what's funny is I know two separate people personally who enjoy FF11 who share my thoughts about Wings. That says something, I think. I forgot to get water. That's what it says. I forgot to forge water. And just a picture of me with a hammer. Kong. Kong. I need to ask Zero something. I need to ask Zero to make me a GIF of that. Or a GIF, if you prefer. Hey, PB Good Fate. Okay, I have bugged Zero. I'm gonna go forge water. Kong. I'll get my cup. Kong. Ah, it's you, Lore Runner. I never need to break out the lasso when you're around. You always need to know exactly when I need to find you. Heard a few whoops and hollers from concerned citizens about young people skirting in and out of the waterways. Looks like they're up to no good, given all the whispering and mumbling they do. Now, I'd say that Nordame is awesome, and I'd be right. But the Peacekeepers Coalition is inclined to agree. Nordame is, in fact, awesome. I know they seem insignificant, but we need to cover all grounds of the corral on the off chance they're true, especially given the history of the issue of the day. Duel the other day. Do me a favor and mose it down to the waterways to check things out. Okay, I guess. But first, I will put that towards Guild Wars 1, Xenoblade X, and Xenoblade 3. Thank you for being part of the show, Nordame. That's funny, the mic didn't pick up my whistling at all. I blame Giga. 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 How could you do this to me? Hi, Magister. You know, Giga. I was going to say it's all your fault I was playing FF14 last night. I actually feel really bad. I was trying to get more of the FF5 video done last night. And I was just so brain dead from FF11 and Abyssia that I just kind of didn't. So I just mindlessly grinded for like 2 hours while I was chatting with a friend. Complete waste of time. Although I understand how toxic that mentality is. I did 2 hours of something I wanted to do instead of getting work done, and I'm lamenting that. Did I get all my Demi-Atma? I got 2 Demi-Atma in all that time. All hail the masterminds. The mastermind. The mastermind. Giga, you're now the mastermind. You gotta say it like that, though. That's the important part. Alright, give me your best mastermind, Giga. I'm ready. I'm listening. Mastermind. What? Oh, I have to actually type? Wow, that's different. How would... Oh, wait. Right. This is when they had abandoned the PS2, so they don't need to worry about that. I didn't even think about that. I don't recall seeing your face here before. I suppose it's not unheard of to get new recruits. Get going or the council will begin without you. Take heed, brethren. We cannot afford to bide our time any longer. The colonization movement is gaining momentum at a frightening pace. Its supporters disguise it as the herald of agrarian prosperity. In reality, it's nothing but excuse to justify raping the land. To wit, there was an incident a few days ago when someone tried to burn the forest to ashes. What? Speak the truth? She does. Our glorious leader witnessed it with his own eyes. He says the Peacekeepers Coalition is currently on the case. These vermin are a disgrace to our continent. We cannot forgive their transgressions. When there's one cockroach, thousands more spring from the woodwork. The jungle is vast, but it cannot last forever against this interminable infestation. They've already pulled an irrevocable amount of wildlife and uprooted most of the rare plants. And after assaulting the wounds, they began recruiting more pioneers from overseas. These adventurers, disgusting, have befouled not only the wilderness with their presence, but the sacred city of Adeline as well. Ulbuka is our motherland. She deserves better than to be accosted by complete strangers. So I've already given this a positive. One of the things I like about this expansion so far is the two sides are not good guy, bad guy. If I told you a surface look at both sides, you would say, oh, well, the people in favor of not over... the capitalists are evil, let's just put it that way, right? The evil corporate jackasses are the bad guys, and the people trying to prevent them from destroying the terrain are good guys. This is especially true since the Final Fantasy series, going as far back as 3, has had a bit of an environmental bent to it, right? Making one with nature, not screwing over the world around you, blah, 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 right? But several of the people involved in the corporate side of things are specifically doing this in order to try and actually provide for the resources necessary to survive. In other words, the city was on the verge of actually dissolving. So they decided to do this in order to try and bring in trade, resources, and otherwise to continue to exist. Furthermore, on the other side of that, the people in favor of maintaining the forest are xenophobic assholes who also tend to be staunch traditionalists. So they're not exactly the good guys. This line here helps accent what I'm talking about perfectly. This is our motherland. She deserves to be better than accosted by complete strangers. We don't like your kind around here. These so-called adventurers do seem a bit too proficient at pioneering, that is for certain. Ever since they arrived, they have more than doubled the pace of the colonization movement. Word has spread that these ruffians have even managed to infiltrate Yorshire Weald's deepest recesses. Recently, the inventors and the pioneer coalitions have even started working more closely together. What's more, they've brought over some young prodigy from a foreign land who's overrunning the continent with inventions. They wave the banner of what they call progress, saying inventions will increase crop yields. But what kind of progress reduces woodlands to wastelands? Their hypocrisy makes me want to hack a hairball at every last one of them. You there, what do you think? No, you're right, Darkrai. 7 managed a good balance of this exact same thing, too. Barret was not a good person. He wasn't trying to save the planet. He didn't care about the planet. He cared about hurting the people who hurt him. That's it. That's all. It wasn't until Reeve, very far into the game, I feel like adding, just reamed him a new one, that there was any kind of acknowledgement that what he was doing was wrong. And unfortunately, the original FF7 doesn't actually follow through on that as well as I'd like. I do like how FF7R1 makes it much more clear that Barret is not a good person, but goes through an arc, right? Like, there's a pretty defined arc, even just in FF7R1 for Barret, which is nice. I digress. Do you truly think ravaging the forest will help feed for Adeline? Damn right it won't. There's no way a plan that contradicts the Founder King's will would go smoothly. You see what I mean? Their argument is not, this is something we shouldn't do because it's a bad thing. Their argument is, we shouldn't do this because of the Founding Fathers! And I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and use that exact comparison on purpose. I cannot tell you how sick to death I am of people in political spheres using the Founding Fathers as an argument. Because that's so stupid, if I could be blunt. The Founding Fathers lived centuries ago, who had absolutely no idea the concepts or the world that would exist in the modern day, and were not particularly good people. I kind of don't care what the Founding Fathers had, or thought, or wanted. We must preserve the forest at all costs, for the sake of the continent and for the Founder King. I repeat, we have little time left. Arciela promised her brother would make an appearance at the next assembly. Were that to happen, support for the colonization initiative would flourish. We must act before Ignis and the Pioneers can trample Ulbuka's wilderness underfoot. Arciela, however, calls for the colonization movement to take on a more reserved form. She is sympathetic to our cause. That is why, though it may take time, I believe we can convince her to lead us to a new era. To make this easier, Ignis must be removed from his position as head of Adeline's most prominent order, for all eternity. We shall uphold the will of the Founder King and restore Adeline to its former glory. Yeah, this is just straight up garbage. I'm just going to say that. Staunch traditionalism and an appeal to the good old days. We strike during the dead of night. Give us your blood, your sweat, your tears, so Adeline may be reborn. Yeah, and yeah, regicide. Cool. Giga. Why are you trying to kill off the king? You know we have to do that after the king has turned into a giant death monster, right? Not before. That's important. Wait until he goes all full one-winged angel. Then we kill him. Reggie, look, Reggie's cool. We're cool with Reggie. For now. If you know the name of the king or queen you would like to murder, please press 1. For all other options, please hold on the line. An operative will be able to assist you as soon as they have time available. Please stand by. I'm trying to turn this into a Reggie Cider joke, and I'm just not coming up with anything. If you ever wonder, anybody at home, why I just stand here for a minute occasionally when I warp in, it's because the NPCs or objects haven't loaded yet. So I can't actually do anything yet. I knew I recognized you. You're Lorrunner, the pioneer invited to the dinner some time ago. What? A plot by anti-colonization revolutionaries? I'm afraid that isn't my jurisdiction. I have to inform the peacekeepers. They're much more prepared than I to deal with something of this scope. Come to think of it, I remember Grenth mentioning a problem with the kitchen. I don't think that has anything to do with the conspiracy, though. Oh, was it? Or what was it? Oh, it was just they had yet to receive their weekly stock of ingredients from the Civic Arboretum. Wow, I can't wait to go deal with that nonsense in the middle of dealing with a murder plot. Nice. Gotta admit, I like having the waypoints all over the place. I do. I noticed there's an interesting bit of design to these waypoints. Have you caught it? Here, check out the map for a second. Oh, yeah, it does show them. Seemingly they're just spread all over this, but actually, if you think about it, they're laid out like bus stops usually are in real life. There's a whole bit of fascinating design that goes into bus stop placement, which I will not bore you with here because we're not playing a city builder yet. But it is interesting to think about because, like, you know, stop, 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 stop. You can even see the route it would go if it was a singular line. And each one is placed just perfectly enough to service a whole reach of areas around it without forcing you to walk too far in any given direction. What am I doing? Where am I? What am I? Oh, God! Giga has destroyed my very soul. Well, no, FF11 destroyed my very soul, but that's neither here nor there. This city is better than FF14 ARR cities. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the first city that surpasses this in FF14 is the Crystarium. I mean that. Like, it's got good brickwork, it's got good architecture, it's got good NPCs, got a nice song. And it's got waypoints to help navigation. It's a pretty solid town. Which makes sense. It is the last town of FF11, for those of you who didn't hear about that. There will be no towns after this. This is it. You know, all the water here is pumped from deep below the island's surface. Then it goes around and around through an intricate reticulation of tunnels. Maybe the tunnels designed to be more logical if they weren't built 200 years ago, but the geomancers back then did a good job with what they were given. Anyhow, we use some of this water and this spot to grow our vegetables. But you don't know the secret. The Alliance's most important person lends us aid every so often. That's right. None other than Ignis Adolin. He says a place like this is needed not only to provision the colonization movement, but to make the city self-sufficient. Sadly, he's been feeling under the weather for a while. I can hardly remember the last time I saw him. Lots of people criticize his decision to colonize Obulka, saying he's gone too far. Everyone here, though, stands proud and tall in support of him. Sorry, it's not too appetizing, is it? The Inventors Coalition was nice enough to develop a water purification system for us. But even with that, it's still rather dirty. Plus, the lack of light down here means plants often don't get enough nutrients. There's no denying they fill your stomach to the brim, though. You won't find fresh produce at a cheaper price anywhere in Adolin. Well, look, the tomatoes look positively scrumptious. Incidentally, let me tell you something about Arciela. You know her, right? By the way you talk, it sounds like you're best friends. How'd you get to be so close to her? Ah, never mind. Arciela trekked around the jungle to pick us some tomato sproutlings. They're truly amazing specimens. I've never seen any plant more resistant to disease. I still reminisce about the time I told her it'd be my pleasure to give you the first harvest. Why? Because her smile was positively angelic. I felt as if I'd gazed upon the countenance of the goddess herself. So Arciela is the goddess. I believe inspiration has struck. If you're on good terms, why don't you take today's batch to her? Just tell them from Chalvava. She's sure to accept. You don't mind, do you? See, the amount of work I have left is absolutely staggering. Well, I'd rather do it myself. I guess I'll have to let you steal the spotlight. The no option was Chelvacuate the premises. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Oh, sorry. What? I've just got tomato blood all over my face. Tomatoes. That gives me an idea for a zombie apocalypse story. Hi, Maze. I think it's the way they use the camera. The camera has been less afraid to do close-ups in this expansion, I've noticed. Probably because it's no longer a PS2 game. For those of you not aware, I don't remember when exactly, but I know by the time they were developing Adolin, they had dropped all PS2 support. So they're no longer shackled to it. You know, I kind of hate this song because it is so catchy. This song is going to be stuck in my head for like a week. 2016, there you go. Thank you, Darkrai. So definitely by the time they had started development on Adolin, I think? Actually, hang on, that can't be right. Hang on, I'll have to check something there. Either way, I know Adolin was not designed with the PS2 in mind. Hang on, because there's two factoids here. Alright, I think we're running into them. That has happened occasionally, Trihexia. Looks like they stopped working on this as a PS2 title, that is to say, Under the Hood, in 2010. So let's see. 2010 would have been... Yeah, that's when Abyssia was finishing up. And Wings had just finished. Adeline, for a bit of perspective, came out in 2013. And then Rhapsodies was 2015. Why do you think Dark Alliance 3 got canceled? I have no idea. Probably the same way every game is getting canceled nowadays. Idiots in suits who have no idea what they're doing. Like me! So a Tataro named Chelvava in the Civic Arboretum asked you to deliver this box of tomatoes to the castle? Sorry, I'm reluctant to let you in just because you know the name of the vegetable vendor we contacted. Does this hear about Chelvava? Hello there, Lorunner. Hi. I'd like to apologize for not saying goodbye before leaving the Colosseum. I got lost in thought. That's alright. Brought you some tomatoes. These are Adeline tomatoes. So Chelvava did remember our promise. Oh, I'm so happy. You came all the way here just to bring these to me? Would you mind carrying them to the kitchen for me? Princess, if I may. You have nothing to worry about. Lorunner is the most trustworthy person I know. Quite literally. Seems we're destined to meet in the most unconventional circumstances. How's my brother feeling? Yeah, he's not in danger of dying. So, I'll tell you about that in a second, Game Geek. Don't let me forget. You want to see him? I don't know. He's not really in any condition to hold an audience with anyone. I appreciate the tomatoes, though, dude. They look delicious. That's not really why you're here. What are you here for? Well, people are going to try to kill your brother. And then force you to be their new leader. What? No, they wouldn't. They couldn't. Gee, I thought I heard a scream. Man, I'm sure glad I got delayed by this tomato nonsense so that your brother died. He appeared from the shadows, my lady. Tisk! Here I thought no one in Vana'diel could disenchant our stealth incantations. No matter, though, now that we made it this far. You're not going to lay a finger on my brother. Doesn't even raise his voice in protest, let alone try to flee. Doesn't look like it's if Amir's night's rest will cure what he has. Isn't that right, princess? Our work here is done. Ugh, ninjas. After the... Hold up. Got some moss-covered dirt. Man, this story is great. I can't wait for them to screw it up by having, like, the political faction being run by a literal demon or something. It's moss. I've only ever seen it grow in cool, sunless places, because one of the assassins tracked it in with them. Well, if that's the case, then their bodies and what gets stuck to their shoes don't actually vanish. We just can't see them. That means they probably came in from somewhere that never gets touched by heat or light. Where could that be? Even better, Darkrai. That was the plot of Wings, after all. You never cease to amaze me. Is there anything you don't know already? Wait, there's no time for idle banter. We should hurry if we want to catch them. I'm sorry, I don't actually know the name of the song. I don't know the names of any of the songs. So I promised you an answer, Game Geek. So I don't own Excel. However, I do have a friend who owns Excel who hasn't been accessible yet. So what I plan to do is ask them to do your solution and see if it works. If it does, then I'm just going to dump all of it on them, and then they'll send me a file, and I'll interpret that into OpenOffice. Because like, if the program runs, the details will just work. Copy paste, right? I use OpenOffice, Darkrai. What am I doing? Looks like I don't have it. No, whatever. Man, I had to rest my eyes already. Good lord. This game has been very eye straining. I don't even really have a reason why. It just has been. And I'll look this way. I can't actually see out my window. It's too bright out. No, I could get a copy of Excel if I really cared. I just don't. This is an extremely specific thing I want done. That Excel might have a solution for. So if you're wondering, Darkrai, I need the dumbest thing possible. I need to combine and sum entries. And apparently, none of the various spreadsheets softwares out there have this extremely basic functionality. Hi, Zektaft. Like, you'd think it would be the kind of thing that would be a drag and drop input, but no. Apparently, it requires this either extremely tedious manual processing, which is what I've been doing, which I just straight up do not have time to do anymore. Or this insane convoluted solution that GameGeek came up with, which only works in Excel. Looks like an old Sluescape, but something's different. If I recall correctly, the first ones were hand-operated. I bet we could open if we had a waterfall facility crank. Okay. I mean, to this day, I still use Corel instead of Photoshop or anything like that. And the specific reason why is because I bought Corel. I own Corel. I also know Corel inside and out. I've been using it since the 90s. But I was willing to switch to Photoshop and learn Photoshop if I could buy it. Which I can. Yeah, exactly. I also still have a pretty old copy of Adobe Premiere, which, you guessed it, I bought. I mean, pretty much that, Dev. I mean, there was a comic, this is also Marvel, where they were having this big, massive funeral for... Oh, what's his name? The guy played by Samuel L. Jackson in the films. And nobody there was taking it seriously. Not a single person. They're all like, yeah, he'll be back by the afternoon. Yeah, Fury, that's it. Nick Fury. Oh, God, I'm ready, Von Falkenstein. By the way, good morning. Hope today's treating you well. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. Hey, push-ups. Yeah, I mean, the problem with comics, and this is, I can define the problem with both DC and Marvel in one sentence. In fact, I could go so far as to say, it's technically one word, but it's really two words. Status quo. That is the problem with comics, in a nutshell. There has been a mandate since the 80s to return to the status quo anytime a given arc is done. Some of you know, because I've talked about this before, I actually put down comics somewhere around, it would have been about 2003, 2004. And I just walked away from comics because I was sick to death of it. I was sick to death of the fact that there was always a reset button. And there was always just, none of that actually happened. Game. Can I not? What? Oh, I actually went the wrong way. That's why. God, Arspers. Hi, Zara. See, that just makes it worse, Zactaf. Like, you realize that, right? I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. You want to enjoy comics, go for it. No judgment. I can actually tell you these specific comic series, although I don't know what the name of it was. So, it was in the wake of Hush. And it was a comic following the Riddler. And the whole comic was building up to this big, massive reveal about the Riddler. That it was just going to be this huge thing. And they kept talking it up and talking it up. And then I got to the issue, which at the time was brand new. And the comic was like, hey, guess what? Status quo. Right? It hit the reset button. And none of it mattered. And then in the same issue, it started another arc. Which it started building up and hyping, like, oh my god, this is going to change everything forever. And I was like, you know what? I'm good. I'm done. I'm good. Well, if it's an Arciella, with Lore Runner right on her heels. I thought Miss Stagg was better than to be followed by those from outside the profession. I know you're against colonization movement. I completely understand why you would be. There's no reason to kill my brother. I think the will of the Founder King is more than enough reason. Tradition is why we will murder people. Evil, evil. The Founder King would never condone the assassination of someone for expressing a different opinion. You're so convinced of that. How about proving it on the battlefield? Okay. Look, you realize I'm here, right? Well, you don't realize I'm here. Well, let me elucidate. But yeah, I agree. Manga tends to be better. And I don't like manga. I still think it's better than comics. Listen, I've only killed 2 gods. Technically the same god, but the second one was like a super powerful version of him. God damn it. I'm too early. Hello, game? Yes, God, hello! Dude, I was one of those rare people who liked the Clone Saga before they completely screwed it up. I'm just gonna say it. We should have gotten Ben. He should have been the new Spider-Man. That was a great send-off to Parker, and a great way to keep the Spider-Man, you know, concept, the series going. And they just they screwed it up. These actually do damage. Holy crap. That's kind of new to me. How did that miss? No, One Piece doesn't have power creep, it just goes on forever. Oh, see, the problem is I could literally talk about that for hours, Czar. And that's pretty much the problem. That's what they screwed up with it. Here's the super duper summary. Mind attacking the guy right in front of you, game? Jesus Christ. The super duper summary is that they had this whole story arc about how to sunset Peter Parker and then keep Spider-Man going. And it's going to be this great end of a massive story arc and the beginning of a new story arc. And then they throw it all out the window. And then it kept going, and then it kept going, and then it kept going. I think there were 3 distinct times when the arc had reached a natural conclusion. It was forced to keep going. I might be wrong about my number there, but you get the idea. Everyone was sick of this Clone Saga by the end of it, and it's often considered the second worst Spider-Man story arc ever, surpassed only by One More Day. No, pretty much the opposites are. There was a lot of pushback in order to force it to keep going when nobody involved wanted it to. Attack, hello? Hello, there we go. Jeez Louise. Him. You have thoroughly and utterly bested with me. Bested with me? Good Lord, I'm reading too fast. Do what you see fit with my living corpse. I'm not at liberty to make that decision. Your fate will be decided in accordance with the law. The law.
We want to be on the ground.
Well, then get her off the ground, silly. Damn.
This.
I said, God, you're so strong. When did you get so strong? No, water jet. It's okay. I have the superpower of cute beam. Ah, more water jet. Ugh. You win.
We pretend it's a Pokemon.
I am a Pokemon. I am Capybara Shark. I use barrier. Your water blasts cannot get through my barrier. Ah! No! No, the water blast, no. Ugh.
It can be in the water, so the water heals it.
Yay! Thank you for healing me.
Go get it. Right.
Okay. I am... Okay.
Hi.
Hello, Squirtle.
He can stand very. And this one's gonna sleep.
More importantly, I shouldn't be wasting my time fighting another Adeline in the first place. Oh. I can't hide the truth any longer. I need to think of something before word gets out. I need your help as well. Meet me in my brother's chambers. Okay.
It's doing it.
I mean, I don't remember the exact comic where it happened, but Sue used to be kind of completely worthless, which is why they gave her the force field power. Good morning, Ross. I wonder what this zone looked like in its heyday. I mean, this is 2013. It might not have been that populated. There's still plenty of people here. Just, you know. No, they've pretty much immediately been like, hey, you're useful and worthwhile again. I really feel like they learned their lesson after Treasures. It's funny you say that, Ross. It's already on the list. Put there by me, of course. Of course. No, don't apologize. I just think it's funny. You're one of like 3 people like, hey, have you seen this? And it's like, yes. It looks awesome. We'll see when we get there. A lot of fan games have the same problem. Namely, they are way too damned hard. Like, not in a fun way. I mean, in an over-tuned, badly designed way. The Chancellor is so stricken with illness he can't rise from his bed. Can't even attend assembly meetings how he's supposed to lead the colonization movement. Would you care to expound upon these rumors, Arciella? If your brother's truly taken ill, let me have a look at him. I shall do everything in my part to see he recovers. This validates my argument all the more. We cannot have an invalid running our nation. Even when he made his presence felt daily, the nation was practically in shambles. I call for his immediate abdication. Let Arciella assume his position and we can all... Just a minute. Why raise Arciella to Ignis's position? Because it seems like the most glaringly obvious course of action. This is a government for the people, by the people. We didn't create this line so some living skeleton can listen to what he wants. Thank you. Besides, the Chancellor will be better in no time, right? Yep, there was a weird sound. Now he can't even speak. Yeah, exactly, Kenixcow. A mannequin. Is it a leafkin? No. A doll? Ignis? You're not telling me this verdant mass of twigs is Grand Chancellor Ignis, but he resembles a leafkin in every possible way. It's the curse. It's retribution for failing to heed the words of the Founder King. Traditionalism! What a ghastly fate. Oh, Ignis. When did all this start? Right after he began recruiting adventurers from the Middle Lands. He began complaining of constant fatigue and would sleep practically the whole day away. I was still able to exchange words with him last time we met. However, I had no idea that I think this curse actually exists. Its existence is more plausible than many are like to think. Hey, Mr. Red, if you're there, are you in-game? And if so, what's the in-game timer right now? There's an account of a haunting that dates back to the Great Expedition, a time when the Founder King's influence had begun to wane. The ruler at the time claimed the Founder King's ghost appeared in his chamber, a warning any who attempt to enter the force would be bringing with it grave consequences. Soon after that ominous apparition's visit, myriad disasters erupted throughout the castle. The coincidence was too horrifying to ignore. The people immediately called a halt to colonization, erected a new tomb for the first king, and held a prolonged vigil to appease him. Jesus Christ. As a result, the ghost stopped appearing and the disasters abated. Some will claim this is nothing but old wives' tale, but I assure you it's not. The story can be corroborated by any number of scholarly chronicles. If it's a curse, maybe we can lift it like any other. Has anyone tried casting Kursna? Yeah, it's probably the first thing they did. If no one else has, please allow me to try. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I need to hurry then. I'm gonna... Yeah, just push through those. It has no effect. Unbelievable. This has to be the single strongest curse I've ever encountered. I knew we never should have set foot in the hinterland to neglect the Founder King's tradition. We have disfigured the forest. It's only natural it seeks revenge. Are you saying it's empirically impossible for us to coexist with the jungle? That the only thing we could do is mutilate each other beyond recognition? That's an interesting perspective. Can you hear me, Lord Runner? My name is Ignis Adeline. I am brother to Arciela, who stands next to you. Lord Runner? There's no time for beating around the bush, so to speak, so let me say this right now. Do not, under any circumstances, cease colonization. What? No, I don't hear a strange voice at all. Furthermore, much more important issues lie before us than the lifting of this curse. Do you remember what Rasolita? Yeah, I do actually remember. She said, "Ask the king." You didn't have to add the funny accent, though. Look. What if the king she's referring to isn't the ruler, but my brother, transformed into a leafkin? I'm completely lost. What are you talking about? Lord Runner says he can communicate with Ignis. What's he saying? Trouble yourself not with breaking the curse. Instead, listen to what I've learned as long as you can hear me. I have transmogrified into a piece of Yggdrasil, the world tree. The powers are dwindling even as we speak. A disturbance has appeared in the heart of Ulbuka. Darkness gushes forth as if from some forbidden spring. It is this darkness which is draining Yggdrasil's strength. You must be the one to stop the cause of it. If you do not, and this harrowing force chokes Yggdrasil in its oh my god, I don't know how to say that. Crepuscular grip, all life on Ulbuka will cease to exist as we know it. Of this I am certain. What did my brother tell you? Haven't I killed enough gods lately? I believe I will fall for this ruse. That seed will allow us to communicate with Ignis as much as holding a tea party for Blackthorn will assuage their undying rancor. It's only natural. Some of us harbor doubts. The only way to prove them right or wrong is to test it for ourselves. Here, borrow the plan. Hate to put it. You've been tricked. You can't hear Ignis' voice at all. I do find it odd none of us were able to hear him. I don't see any reason for him to lie to us. Since when does a pioneer need a Lord Runner, let me try. A Tony character? Oh, gotcha. It's definitely the voice of my brother. But why? What's your tender-legged brother saying? Trouble yourself not with breaking the curse. How's it only these two can communicate with him? How utterly incomprehensible. This administration can't function properly without a leader. Wholeheartedly agree. We must prioritize removing the curse. That's what's best for the nation. My brother explicitly told us not to. You and the pioneer are the only two who claim they can hear him. We can't overlook the possibility you're conspiring together. That's preposterous. Also, for what point and purpose? Or else it's unlikely, and maybe I should have chosen my words more carefully. However, I assume most here concurs with me. Returning Ignis to his original form is our first concern. I'm sure even you agree to some extent. I find it difficult to believe you take issue with him being human. You don't wish him to stay a pile of twigs for the rest of his life, do you? That's all I need to hear. I know the person is to solve this problem. All we need is to summon her back from the expedition. Ah, the mercy. I really should do something about that loose tongue of mine. Anyways, it should prove interesting. Meeting adjourned. We'll come back in a few days' time. You know what that means. Yes, really. By the way, this is another fame gate, too. It's close enough. I had a little bit extra time, but it's close enough we don't have to do an ESO break. I do love how the first thing the king says is, all right, don't cure me, no matter the cost. And everyone's like, all right, let's cure him. First thing. Highest priority. Guys? So, why does it not want to occur? We don't know. I guess I'll just sit here for a couple minutes. Exactly, von Falkenstein. We just want the throne! That's why we're backing the woman who already has the throne. Because she's lying about this as a ploy to get the throne. Throne! This is the worst type of a wait. It's too long to really, like, just let it pass. But it's too short to do anything, so I'm just sitting here. I don't even have anything to add to my list. I suppose I should give a negative for yet another day wait. Oh, you know what? I should also equip my cloak, because I noticed all of this sudden I'm actually having to try and fight. Oh, I already have it on. Well, I'm still not equipping something other than the warp ring. The warp ring is love. The warp ring is life. Any second now. Any second now. It's actually 10 in-game minute. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Holy God. Okay, we did it. We made it. We made it. Woo! Perfect timing as always. To the minute. I've made an appearance. I've heard you've made an appearance at one of the ruling classes post-colloquy banquets, have you not? Yeah. I would certainly explain it. The way you've been cozying up to our dear princess of late, it only makes sense. Let me share something juicy. Ingrid of the Order of Weatherspoon is due to return to Outland for a brief sojourn to the Middlelands. Now, don't be fooled by her fair complexion and youthful attire. She's one of the Order's most respected exorcists, with capabilities far beyond her years. Never heard of him. You got rocks for brains? Alright. Undead, bad. No undead, good. I guess it's more complicated than that. Oh, an exorcist is a white mage who focuses on the path of rest and respite, and smiting the wicked with divine fury. All Adeline tots learned that these conjures have the roots in the sorcerer studies of the first out of the Witherspoon. Okay, I know what an exorcist is. Let's go. Let's go. Getting on with the dialogue so that we can get on with it. Yep, Ingrid's an exorcist. She's coming here. She's also gorgeous and abrasive. Great combination. Okay. Ingrid expresses the desire to see more of the world, so she made a pilgrimage to the Middlelands, but something urgent came up, and now she's on her way back. You want me to choose her? Everyone chose me to go greet her, but I don't know why. A request is a request. Once she arrives, accompany her to the castle. Okay, whatever. Congrats, by the way, Flows of Snow. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, I see it. Why is everyone at this waypoint? Alright, let's see this horrible, merciless one. We can apparently get her as a trust. Not that I care. You must be Lore Runner. Yeah, what's up? Yes, your name is known to me. As you've no doubt surmised, I am Ingrid of the Order of Weatherspoon. I mean, Ingrid the Merciless. Ingrid the Merciless? And here I thought only natives of Adeline called me that. Pray tell, who did you hear that from? Go on, I promise not to be angry. It's of little consequence. Long have I known people call me by that moniker. But let me ask you, why should any mercy be shown to those who have turned their backs on the goddess? Let all in Adeline be in accord. I am merciless through and through. All who face my judgment shall not have even one speck of ash left. What is the calling of an exorcist if not to obliterate the defiled from the face of Adeline? And I will not stop there, no. I intend on the name Ingrid the Merciless being rung through the Middlelands as well. But I have no time for idle chatter. I must make haste to Castle Adeline. Nor do I need you to take me there. Why? Petulant child. I am the chosen girl of the Order. Aren't I older than you? Yeah, how old are you? Are all Middlelanders as oblivious to societal mores as you? As I said earlier, enough prattling. I visited the castle countless times in the past. You haven't heard anything about my mission, have you? No. And you must be unaware of what precipitates my return. I, the greatest exorcist in all of the book, was summoned back because none other than the thing I literally just saw like 20 seconds ago. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. I should not be so outwardly skeptical. If Vortimer says it's cursed, it probably is. And yet again, it falls to someone else to clean up one of Ignis's messes. I thought he had his head on straight till he started this colonization nonsense, but now... That matters little at this juncture. Pandora's box has been opened and Vortimer is right. We must see this to its natural conclusion. Unlike Hildebert, who views it as an abominable force, I know it's the direction we're heading in for good or ill. ... You must understand, having come to our fair city as a pioneer of our own volition, no matter what barriers before us, we must resolve to destroy them at any cost. Our aim is to press onward, even if we must violently uproot them. Just as our ancestors did. Are you familiar with this time in Adeline's history? Yes. You won't stop shutting up about it. Your answer does not convince me, but I'm loath to tell you something you may already know. Allow me to give you a brief lesson. Okay, we've literally told me this 3 times! Come on, game! Yep, so, the Great Expedition, the struggle for power between orders, a time of unbridled strife and conflict, each order attempting to seize power, and the ground turned red with blood as they feverishly rushed to populate the mainland. History is always seen through the eyes of the victor. But as each order consider themselves the winner, we have no fewer than 12 whitewashed versions of what actually happened. Those who regale you with tales of bravery and bravado are completely blind to the corruption of the darkness. They actively turn their backs on it. Those of Obulka who took cautious steps in the wild suffered at the claws of dread spirits and demons, as if appearing from the underworld. And while the squabbling took place in the city proper, it was who was it who rose above the madness to save our kin? The exorcists. We've only run into 1 day wait so far, Blake Twell. Humanity has no future if it lives in constant fear of demons and curses. Forgive me for boring you. It's not my place to bring internal struggles to your ears. I know you're here for one reason and one reason alone. Money! That's not even true in real life. As long as you remember not to get in our way, you can expect an amiable relationship with me. While I have your attention, I have heard other curious things about you. Namely, you were able to converse with our dear Grand Chancellor despite his current state. Yeah, that certainly is something. This may sound crass, but no one is interested in you as a person. They're interested in what you and the strange power can do for us. Your task is to interpret for me, and for that reason alone, I shall tolerate your presence. Oh no, she fell off the bridge. Oh, she's dead. Damn. I'm so sorry. It was a complete accident. It took like 15 sword strikes, but she finally accidentally fell off the bridge. Nice lady. I'm either getting a like her or I'm going to kill her. God damn game. I also had a fight earlier, but that wasn't over in 5 seconds. It was weird. Is she punchable, in other words, wait, Jamal? I'm not sure yet. That was literally her first cutscene. I wonder if I could get anything with my current login points. I have 1,200 just lying there. Lore Runner, why bring someone of such questionable moral character to this assembly? Guys, I'm not planning to take the throne. I could kill all of you. I don't need your stupid, dingy crown. The Order of Adolin remains yet the leader of our alliance, with a strong lineage tracing back to the founder king. Why would you summon a mere commoner from a foreign land at that? You seem to have won over the horse of nobility, huh? Take a brief moment to listen away from their eyes. Hildebert, there's no reason to work yourself into a tizzy. We're well aware that we attempted to use the poem which he received from the Queen. In the end, none of us were able to communicate with Ignis. Lore Runner was the only one to do so. Don't let yourself be taken by this mockery of our orders. What proof do you have he wasn't just spouting drivel to serve his own ends? He certainly did not seem to be lying to me. No, he seems like a young man who is not constrained by selfish pride, but has the courage to know when to listen. I mean, I barely can talk, so... My dear Svenja, you seem to have quite the opinion of our enigmatic friend. But darkness of the heart oft lies well hid. Are you sure trusting one such as he is prudent? Not to say, of course, that I disbelieve him. No, it is through Lore Runner we learned about Ignis' condition as well as the Meadowlands themselves. The armies, politics, economy. We cannot sit forever on this little island, playing fifth fiddle to the rest of Vana'diel. At that, I dare say you are mistaken. Oh? I do not wish to speak ill of Lore Runner, but the situation is not so simple. Lest you forget, Arciela was also able to hear Ignis' voice. Well, and yet she chose to leave Lore Runner with that which Rosalashia bequeathed. Rosalashia gave it to Lore Runner, not to me. My trust in Lore Runner is not mere whimsy. If Arciela believes in him, so shall I. Sometimes I stop and catch myself pondering what this all means. What if this was a challenge posed to us by the Founder King? Oh my god, he's dead! In the countless years since his passing, how has Adolin changed and evolved? That one of his bloodline should be transformed into a lesser being as right as colonization recommenced may be struggling against a current stronger than ourselves. So I wonder if we're being tested. By whom? I don't know. By fate itself. And I'll punch it in the face as soon as I find it. Now my sarcasm comes back to haunt me. You appear to have some allies within these walls. The real trial will come as we pass through these doors. I've heard all I need to. Let's see how useful you really are. I've returned from the Middlelands, and it appears everyone's already assembled. Dispense with the pleasantries. Show me to Ignis. Far be it from me to give doubt to one of my own order, but how much can you tell from a simple gesture? I must confess my surprise at your doubt. I speak only as the goddess guides me. Tell me, do you doubt her wisdom? Hi, Benway. What do you mean? Forgive me if my words seem brazen, Hildebert, but back to the matter at hand. What has befallen Ignis is most certainly a curse. And it is as we suspected. Indeed, and though this is no ordinary curse, I'm inclined to believe it is not born from the Founder King. She's wrong, but I cannot put words. You talk to me now, you may not be able to longer. Yes, has he spoken to you? You say this is in fact the curse of the Founder King. What basis have you for contradicting me? How your mind changes on every whim, on like a leaf on the breeze. Not 5 minutes ago you were singing a different tune. You're spying on us? Oh, Formula One. Gotcha. Except that's not Formula, it's Tour de France, but whatever. I never took you for one who hears only what he wants to. That's not the case, I just... Silence, outsider. You have no place interjecting your opinions into this dialogue. Your only job is to tell us what he is saying. It matters not who placed the curse upon Ignis. Only a grand ritual of purging will be able to get rid of such a terrible affliction, but unfortunately, such purgation requires materials I do not have on hand. Vana'diel only exists thanks to the blessing of the 8 crystals. To penetrate darkness, we need a vessel wrapped in the power of the other 7 types. I have thunder, ice, and light. I need you to procure water, fire, wind, and earth for me. Must be things bathed in holy glow. A piece of stone wall touched by the light of dawn. Holy water untainted by impurity. A flame gone unextinguished for 7 years. Wings of a feather vane that have stood the test of time. I require each of these 4 things. And of course, I have something more than willing to serve as errand boy. Lovely woman. I'm either going to like her or I'm going to kill her. I might also like killing her. Lord Runner, I would ask you to look after Arciela. Why? I need not tell you she always runs headfirst into danger. Yeah, no kidding. Lord Runner, good to see you here. I came as soon as I heard Ingrid was to examine my brother, but everyone's already left? How'd the ritual go? Well, you see, they're going to perform a purging ritual. So Ingrid feels it is a curse after all, but not the Founder Kings. What? What could it mean that his voice has faltered? They're going to perform a purging ritual. So she feels it's a curse, but not the Founder Kings. My brother began to show symptoms right as the call went out for adventures from the Middlelands. It started as a simple rash. He said it might have been something he picked up from the forest. He was still human, talking with me as if we had when we were younger. I could still hear his voice. And slowly he turned into what you see him today, eventually losing all powers of speech. I think even though you were able to communicate with him telepathically, does that mean the curse is still progressing, that this isn't the end? Might he turn Leafkin for good? You are too kind to me, and you're right, it would not do good to sit here and stew. If we're going to find the materials for this purging, then let me come with you. I'd do anything to see my brother whole again. Okay. Here's the list of items. Thankfully, we're actually given something of an actual walkthrough guide. I don't know, something. Alright, you there! Keep up the good work. Okay, J7. Looks like that's right here, actually. I think she's pretty sus with Falkenstein, but I agree with Dakota completely. You remember we had a theory that the reason there were so many people who are constantly metaphoric. Oh my god, it's Mr. Red. Look. It's an elven Mr. Red. I knew it! I knew it! The reason why, so we kept having the metaphorical female characters who are stepping on us throughout the course of the game was because it was one of the writer's fetishes. And I'm just going to say that as bluntly and simply as I can. You'll also notice we haven't had that archetype for a while now. Probably because they were told to sit down and shut up. So, of course, they had to find some way to sneak it back into the story. And thus we have Ingrid, who isn't a particularly huge character, but, you know, it still fulfills the requirement. Gotta appeal to all your demographics, right? So here, have the eternal flame. It's bequeathed to us by... the fact that exorcists and geomancers once worked together confounds you. We exorcists answer to divine providence. They do not define everything in black and white terms. I have information on the other vessels for you. Here's where you find the other vessels. Thank you for actually having honest-to-goodness guidance. Yeah, can you believe it? This is like a WoW vanilla quest. That is not a joke. Wait, Captain America has a dick? What? I thought being a superhuman meant to just kind of atrophied off. That would actually be really funny. What do you mean, Trioxia? There's no mountains around here? You lie. I don't know, Von Falkenstein. We probably should be helping Yggdrasil and not this. The exact mission is a curse from the past. Oh, that's terrifying, Pillars of Snow. Alright, where am I going? Okay. Listen, all I'm saying, Ice Tray, is it's true. Captain America has no dick. Nice Strickland propane and propane accessories. Sorry. Okay, so there's the untainted water. Now we need the waterfront. The boss? Yeah, I've beaten him like 3 times now, I'm not sure. I need to kill him one more time so I can get the Mal. I thought of one more reason, by the way, Blade to Ball, why this game is more like the NES Final Fantasies than the later Final Fantasies. This is more ephemeral and less concrete, but back in the day, when FF11 was first coming out in English, it was all about which artifact armor we wanted. That was like the big push, which appearance do you want to be running around in? And the only appearances that anybody were actually showcasing were the job armors, aka the armors that made you look like your iconic class. In other words, people were not debating, do I want to be you know, again, the metaphorical equivalent of Cecil or Cloud or whatever. They were debating if they wanted to be the Red Mage. I was going to be Summoner. I think I've mentioned that a few times. I think Pax was going Dragoon. I forget what Gary was going to be. I mean, Red Mage always has the drip. In any game. Like, seriously, look at the FF5 sprite sometimes. That is just... oof. At one point in FF14's history, this is probably not true anymore, Dragoon and Black Mage were the two most common first classes for people to play as. Which is funny if you think about that for a second. Remind me to show you what my Death Knight looks like right now, Mr. Ed. I'm actually pretty happy with her appearance. Seriously, remind me. I'm going to forget. Let's see. No, not Frozen. It's actually Dying Scream. I have such lovely, positive character names, don't I? Frozen Sorrow and Dying Scream are two of my mains. One of the old groundskeepers told me this weather vane has quite the history behind it. Many years ago, the northern wind blew towards Adeline for the first time in centuries, carrying about a ravaging plague. This vane alerted the citizens to its coming. Of course, now we have remedies to combat such disease, and this thing has seen better days, so we don't... well, whatever. Here you go. You actually made it back in a reasonable time frame. I must admit to being mildly impressed. Yes, yes, yes. Not that this puts you in my good graces, but Ingrid the Merciless knows to give credit where credit is due. Adventurer from the Middleland. Patooey, patooey. Now that all the implements are here, there's not to do but perform purgation. Hey, Mr. Ed, what's the in-game time? And you know there's only one reason I would ever ask that question. 10:44. Yep. That's what I thought. Yeah, we're going to have to ESO. Of course. Jesus Christ, pulls us now. You like being stepped on, Magister. I knew it! That's also, if I might be blunt, one of the reasons people liked Sylvanas over. No, I'm just going to say that. Sylvanas has been an interesting character several times in her history, but the reason she retained popularity is because she looked like that and because she stepped on people. Metaphorically. It is as we feared, such a strong curse can only be the work of the Founder King. Do you believe me now? This self-absorbed girl cannot dispel the darkness around Ignis. The Founder King's will has spoken! I cannot deny the intensity of the affliction. Perhaps my confidence got the better of me. This requires an even more elaborate ritual. I must depart to ponder this further, but I'll be ready next time. Oh, it does, and that's exactly my opinion of her circa BFA, Mr. Red. So you failed. I must apologize for my inadequacy, Lord Vortimer. No, indeed, my dear, you need not be sorry. But why? It's the perfect opportunity. The more rituals we conduct, the more our influence grows. But do not fail again. Should our authority come into question, all we have done will have been for naught. Fear not, I have no intention of losing face twice. Our calling as exorcists is to rid Adolin of forces most fiendish and foul. This task must be entrusted to us, and no other! Just think back to the time of the Great Expedition. How valued we were, and how valued we will be again. Yes, the colonization must continue, and yet there are many who would see it falter. Icky Askamot dares not open her mouth, owing to the recent events at the Colosseum, but too many of the other leaders remain hard-headed. Ingrid, a question. Of course. You saw the Grand Chancellor up close. Were you able to... No, I did not have the opportunity. I thought you, of all people, would have been able to understand. I had suspected they would blather on about the Founder King's curse, but this... pay it no attention. We have more pressing matters to attend to. I had not expected the girl to turn out to be such a threat. It matters not whether she's telling the truth or lying about being able to hear his voice, but no matter, her getting in our way is inevitable. Lorena, whatever shall we do? We're gonna wait a day! Don't break the curse. I can feel it in this. Something dread this way. Yeah, something dreadful is coming this way. Key, right there, it leads you. Take this. The palm has begun to fade, taking his voice with it. A key to lead us? What could he have meant? My dear, do you not see the answers plain in front of you? You never desired colonization. By pointing at you, he means we should follow your true desires. It can only mean we must respect the will of the Founder King. I want to punch this guy. It would be a grave mistake to pursue colonization any further. I like how they immediately like, it can only mean my current political issue. If that mean Ignis wishes RCL to continue colonization in his stead, he may be wishing her to become the standard bearer of colonization. Your insolence goes too far. Insolence? No, I've used the most deductive of reasoning. Countless hours have I spent poring over tomes and annals dating back to our first colonization efforts. You impudent fool, who are you to look down on the Founder King's dying words? The lesson that the Great Expedition taught us was the only way to appease him is to honor his spirit. What we must do is cast off the ridiculous premise of rituals and purgations, and revere the God King as he demands. Just as we did then, we must reseal his tome once more. Hildebert, it is wholly inappropriate of you to make rash statements in such a place. Perhaps you are right. It makes me wonder, do you not feel circumstances surrounding our colonization efforts are quite different from those of the Great Expedition? Do we even have the time or money to appease his spirit? Time or money? And RCL is just like, guys, I implied nothing. Only that as Minister of Finance, we must undertake things with all due caution. Though many remember the Great Expedition for its ultimate failure, at the time, Adolin was able to receive much bounty of the wilds. Should you doubt my words, I bid you head to the Memorial Library and read for yourself. Do so and you'll understand why I staunchly support the initiative. Our nation has waned in influence since those grand times, although I fear such words will not sway you now. And you would dare turn matter of faith into one of coin! You and your kind are a blight on this land. You're a blight, you, sir! You're a blight! Nothing could be farther from the truth. No, in good consciousness, I cannot support policies predicated on our people dying of hunger and languishing in the streets. Are you mocking me? This isn't about you. This is about being able to wring blood from a stone. Both of you, please! Just stop. And yet, so many people in fandoms do exactly that, don't they, Mr. Red? It's not just rich people who like to argue for fun. For the record, I'm with you. I am not one of those people. Now, having said that, you know what one of the most engaging things is for me? A good discussion. A good chat with someone. I can name 2 examples of that. First, sometimes during the co-op night, one of us is not there, or we don't really feel like playing anything real. So we just sit and we chat all night. That's it. We just chat. That's perfectly engaging entertainment. Second of all, I'll use a specific example. Recently, during the non-dark, I had to do a 6-hour drive. Twice. That drive sucked, to be as nice about that as I possibly can. But, during a portion of that drive, I was able to be on the phone with someone and play D&D with them. That was substantially more engaging. Keeping in mind, there was no activity other than talking, which is why I bring this up. It was just discussion, nothing else. Granted, it was kind of an interactive discussion, but that's my point, right? I feel like a lot of people underestimate how good and how valuable a nice talk can be, whether it's playing D&D, talking about random stuff, discussing politics, or whatever. Put simply, Mr. Red, yeah, absolutely people enjoy doing that for fun. The problem is the people who take it too far, because there's this other little quirk of human nature. People like to win. Now, you might be like, well, duh, I like winning. But no, you don't understand. It's actually pretty terrible. Human nature and the desire to win is honestly at the cause of a huge amount of garbage in human history and just general culture. The desire to win is exactly why... I'll use a very specific example. I want to imagine that you're driving, and there's another car driving next to you. You need to merge over into their lane, so you speed up. They notice that you are speeding up, and they're like, hang on a second, that ain't cool. So they speed up too, to prevent you from winning, so that they win that particular engagement. Anybody who's ever driven has probably experienced this 100 times a day, because this is constant. Come on. Yeah, exactly. You let them win. I am actually a very good and very safe driver. And I, quite frankly, attribute a huge amount of that to letting other drivers win. Because once you do, they're placated. They just let it happen. They're like, oh, okay. They get that little oomph of having won the encounter, and they go on with their day. Hell, you could see this. Watch a crowd sometime. Literally, just a crowd of people. You could see this competitiveness everywhere. How some people will actively go out of the way to try and walk into other people. In other words, if there's two people walking towards each other, and one person is basically forcing the other person to move out of the way first, I have actually seen people straight up bump into each other because neither of them would be willing to not win the encounter. And all this is just like little everyday stuff. There's much worse examples of this kind of crap. I can't remember who, one of the Prussian kings back in the day. His whole shtick was like, he kept getting involved with interactions and... what? He kept getting involved with wars because he hadn't won and he needed a win. I'm confused. How did I get into a group? When did I get into a group? Actually, yeah, Mr. Red. This is also why gacha is so addictive. Oh, I never left from yesterday. Okay, that explains it. Okay, quest. Is there a quest? I don't see a quest. Alright. I'm just gonna do this now.
This swamp is where you'll die.
Start getting some experience for my werewolf. Yep, the Weregator lives. Anyways, to finish my sentence, now that I'm not confused about why I'm in a group, yeah, this is exactly why gacha works. I mean, chemical boost in the brain, blah, 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 blah. But no, really. A lot of gacha's predatory practices boils down to the idea of, you won. You got something. Congrats. And back to werewolf form. Yeah, yeah. I want it in my mouth. Oh, hey, a quest.
Thank the earth bones you're here.
Yeah, nice boobs. Holy crap. What? Stop staring at my boobs. No. Fine, I'll look at the Lamia boobs instead. Look at those boobs. Look at them. Look at them. I need to figure out how my werewolf duration works.
You're no match for us.
That is, yeah, that trick. That's not even the most insidious trick they use. That's like the ground floor trick. I don't say that's an insult, Mr. Red, but rather to further emphasize just how messed up it's gotten. I know you and I have actually talked before about exactly how, frankly, disturbing that casinos have been for a long time. Because casinos do a couple of overt things that just about anybody could catch. And then they do a whole lot of things that most people never even notice. And that's the stuff that bothers me. It's like, oh, you...
I want that.
There's something almost clinical about it, which kind of makes it worse. Okay, so now I'm a werewolf. But, like, how do I stay a werewolf? Because sometimes I stay a werewolf for a really long time, and sometimes I don't. I don't know what the difference is. I'm still trying to figure out where my buffs are. There's an ultimate resource. Okay, ultimate resource, ultimate resource. Is it the yellow bar under my green bar? Good morning, Pokemiibo. I guess that's refilled by killing. Oh yeah, I need to eat corpses. I don't even know how to do that. Because you're right, I remember that's an ability I have. Oh yeah, I use add-ons. No, I don't think it's the yellow bar. Where's my ultimate bar? So which Daedric god is the most overtly evil and which is the most deceptively evil? So the most deceptively evil is actually the easier one for me to answer. Azura. Azura constantly portrays themselves as being, for lack of a better way to put it, on our side. They are not. Nice title, by the way, Braga. Where's my ultimate, I wonder? It can't be that yellow bar. The yellow bar hasn't done anything. I don't actually know what's happening here, so I'll just lay here on the ground for a minute. Yep. Just lay on the ground. Hey, we're done. Woo. Boobs.
What are you?
This land belongs to the Lanios.
Which one's that one, Reggie?
Where? We will make
Ah, gotcha, Reggie. It took me a second to process what you meant. Oops. Stuck in terrain. Don't mind me. How do we... And yeah, no, you're exactly right. Vegas does several very big, obvious things quite explicitly so you don't notice the more subtle things. So it looks like we want to go across that bridge. But there's no way out. So I'm dead.
We will make ready to face us.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys. We're dead. Bye. Wait. I have detect. This is probably the very first time I've ever been lost in a dungeon. So the most overtly evil Daedric Lord. I mean, Molag Bal is a really obvious pick there. And Mirror's Dagon. I'm gonna go with Bal for obvious reasons. Like in a typical pantheon, they would be part of the evil pantheon. Like that's their point and purpose. Often more. Let's see if I can figure out how to eat corpses. No. How do I... There we go. X. Okay, I'm just gonna keep eating corpses here. Still don't actually know what that's doing. Like, I feel like there should be a timer telling me how much time I have left on my corpse thing. Sorry, what I mean by that is how much time I have left on my werewolf buff. I do not see it anywhere. That's it? That can't be it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Bal. Sorry, I was chewing on that a little bit. Listen, can you blame me, Blade Taval? I mean, you've seen these Lamia women, right?
Heal No mercy. Bring their heads to the queen.
No! Eat! Eat! Quick! Oh, I want to eat. There we go. Also makes sense since I'm playing an Argonian, so obviously, right? Okay. Meanwhile, I'm eating all of them, and Bragwin's raising the ones I don't eat into undead monsters. We have a very resource-conscious party, I think. That's what I'm gonna call that. Yeah, so some people recycle, some people reuse. It's fine, it's fine. What's up, Giga? Really, Takoida? Wow. Oh, that hurt. Whoa, what the? Refill here. I think it's 45 minutes for an in-game day, something like that. It's okay, Giga, I'm ready. Ready to try the thing. Just gotta figure out where Emmerich is. There you are. Nope. Can't eat it. That would have been interesting, though.
My sisters and I are ready. Just
That's right. It's time for boobs on boobs action. Get your mind out of the gutter. Still don't see where the actual timer is for my werewolf form. That's the thing.
reign is over. Be gone.
Like I actually have a separate counter for my short-term buffs and my long-term buffs. Neither of them have anything that looks even remotely like werewolf. Are you gonna just... I don't know what Grave Robber does, but lol. What's funny is I actually do a lot less damage in werewolf form. But that's, you know, why I need to level it.
A harrowing confrontation. But at last this ordeal is ended. And for that, we thank you.
You're welcome. And another ding. We're almost 50, by the way. Black Marsh Cowboy. I mean... Okay, so let's see if we leveled Werewolf any in there. Oh, we did, actually. We're level 4 now. So now we can get Hircine's Bounty. Heals you for a ton of health, scaling off of your max health. Also restores stamina up to 100% based on how high your current health is. While slotted, you gain major brutality and sorcery, increasing weapon and spell damage by 20%. Yeah. I'll take that. Oh wait, I can't slot it unless I'm a werewolf. It's frustrating. Okay, whatever. Looks like werewolf itself is maxed. Feral Pounce is getting there. It's already level 3. Okay, so I'm a werewolf. Oh my god. Okay, quickly. There we go. Okay. Alright. I remember. Don't tell me. I remember there's a way to do this without leaving group. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Hydra Whisperer. Hang on, wait. Grab these really quick. Okay, I can do this. I can figure this out. Hang on. Aha! I have to have group selected to get the option. Jesus Christ, this game. And yeah, that would make sense, Arspruce. Potions in most fantasy settings are usually the help you heal yourself kind of healing. Type 1 healing, as I like to call it. Yes, that's right. I got a flex. I figured out how to leave the dungeon. I like your armor blade, Joel. Mine is... well, whatever. We'll get there. I'm only 48, but soon. Yes. Soon. Yeah, here, let me zoom in a bit so people can see it. There you go. There's Blake Tall's armor. I think part of the problem is most games, for whatever reason, don't want to do an alchemist class, because that's where you'd really flesh that out, right? Most games that even have an alchemist class, it kind of isn't, you know. Well, Giga here is just trying to Giga Chad. That's why she's called that, actually. A female Giga Chad is just a Giga Pudding. Hi, Bragan. Hey, Zira. I wish to commission you, good sir. I really do. It would be cool if I could get you to throw together something for me. No rush.
How's Salalu?
So what I want in simplicity is I want an animation of my FF14 character. Whoops, hang on. I didn't want to sell my lockpicks. There we go. Crafting specifically as a blacksmith. And I want it loopable. So, you know, kung, 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 reset, right? I believe would be the full loop. In short, what I want is this. Oh, it's not there. I must have moved the file. Whatever. You get the idea. It's like the stretch thing that you've actually already done for me that I apparently moved. Hey, someone try to hop on. I want to see what happens. I don't care who. Just... Oh, God, these things are so hard to control. Ah! Can he? Oh, there we go. Come on with me, Giga. Bwah, 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 bwah. Alright, I actually am curious of something. Sorry, Giga. I swear, it's for a good cause. Okay, well, hang on. This was not part of the plan, for the record. Oh, dear God. Where are we? Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Ah! Why is there collision here? Why is there collision right there? I mean, yeah, this is an Elder Scrolls game working as intended. But yeah, I wanted to see what kind of damage we took from falling, because it kind of varies a little bit based on the games. One of my favorite examples is in, I think it was Legion Remix. Falling damage was turned off, which was really cool. But if you were riding on someone else's mount, the rider didn't have that turned off. So, like, I'd be on my mount, Pax is on my back, I leap off a cliff, and then he dies the moment I hit the ground. God, this thing is so squirrely. Ugh. Damn it. I'm trying to find just a cliff I could jump off of. Like, it doesn't have to be a lot of damage. I just want to see... Okay, I took damage there, Giga took damage there. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted to see right there. So that is... yeah, I noticed it's different damage, which probably means whatever's calculating fall damage is calculating it. That's something based on the player. Anyways. And I can just kick Giga off at will. Excellent. I also got hit by arrows. Ah! It all makes sense. Grave Robber. I don't know what that is. Giga. Alright, anyways. Back to FF11. Enough having fun. What's a synergy? Real question. It's the first time I've even heard of that. Yes, actually, Mr. Floyd. It was the gods we ate on the way. You get one drop of blood. The rest is for the ogres. We're up to mission 3 already, of 5, as a reminder. It's actually even better than that, Master. I've never reviewed Warcraft 3. Since you're here, there's something that's been bothering me. Yeah, what's up? It's about our beloved princess. The colors drain from her face, and she just mopes everywhere she goes. She's always had this so chipper, upbeat before this. You're pretty close. Do you know what could be wrong? Yeah. Duh. It's the fact that I just went and played ESO instead of doing stuff for her. Yep, her eyes were glazed and unfocused. She went to the Memorial Library. You must be concerned for her well-being. Maybe you should go there too. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's go. Oh my god, Wes! Yes! I'm going! Shut up already! Okay. Whew. You know, I believe if you type !Oblivion, you might get an answer to that question, Mr. Flip, but I'm not sure about that. Hey! What do you know? There is an answer to that. Holy shkamoly. I want like 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, Mr. Red. It better be pasta related, or there's gonna be some words. And that better be red sauce. You've got to be kidding me. What was breakfast, Canucks Cow? Lasagna with barbecue. Ugh. Hey, what kind of sweets do you like? My what? Sweets? My favorite kind of sweets? Dear Princess, please remember you're in a place of learning. Oh, forgive me. I promise I'll try to be quieter. Ahem. Favorite sweets, right. Maybe chocolate crepes with white honey. Or witch nuggets smothered in maple syrup. I had white honey for the very first time in my life a couple of weeks ago. I didn't even know it existed. It was good. Who can forget gâteau au froid? The tartness of the berries is just to die for. Gwyneth always told me I ate too much and would balloon up like a swamp frog. Wait, why are we talking about this again? Now I want sweets. I'm trying to cheer you up. Well, you certainly did succeed in surprising me. I think it has to do with the flour they use. I think. Don't quote me on that. Because they also had black honey and, like, red honey and a couple other things while they were there. For one moment, you helped me forget my troubles. Whoever thought you'd come all this way just to talk about desserts? You're always so kind to me. I'll make sure to get back to this topic later. To be honest, there is something bothering me. Would you mind lending me your... It's about my brother. Of course, I'm worried about what would happen if he ever turned back to normal, but it's more than that. Why would he point at me? I've turned it over and over in my head, but I can't find the answer. It's because you have the sword. Every person in the room had their own take on the matter, but I can't help but shake the feeling none of them are right. It's like they're only saying what will help it... Can I... Hang on. This line, this freaking line, it's like they're only saying what will help advance their agendas. Can I just say really quick that that is something that irritates the piss out of me? Like, if you legitimately think something and say it, at least that's something I can work with. If you are just saying whatever you want to say in order to push an agenda, then I can't work with that. Because you have lied to me. You have not told me any information. I don't know your perspective. I don't know that your ideals. I don't know what you care about. I don't know why you care about it. You're just spewing noise. You could have literally just looked to me and said, I support blank, and the exact same information is conveyed. It irritates the piss out of me. I don't know what he meant, but I do know his words were heartfelt, and as they have been since we were little children. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Should we keep making inroads? Should we give up with withdrawal like the Founder King bids? The arguments rage on with increasing viciousness every passing day. What if the city becomes even more divided? What if this breaks out into civil war? If that were to happen, whether or not we colonize would seem but a minor squabble. And what's more, I get the feeling the anomalies appearing throughout Obuka are not wholly related to colonization. We've long known that beasts lurk in the jungle, but now there's creatures we've never even heard of until recently. How couldn't my brother be more clear with his guidance? Or is it, as you said, his illness has progressed to the point where he can't even communicate with him? He's become a leafkin and more than just flesh. I'm sorry, all of this is so overwhelming. Try as I might, I cannot unravel these mysteries myself. That's why I've been coming here for the last few days, hoping to find something. Anything. But once again, I've turned up empty-handed. What about your palm? Has there been any change? No. I see. But I believe in you, Laura. I know you'll be able to read into what he really wants. The Leafkin Queen would not have trusted you if she did not see some spark there. I've not been able to leave the city walls of late, but you must be going to the mainland on a regular basis. Please, if you find something, tell me right away. I'll do what I can here. There's got to be some tome that... Thank you for making the effort to come find me. Perhaps I'll find sleep better tonight. That is the goal. God, So can I give an example of that? Let me try to make up one rather than stirring the pot. Give me a minute to construct one in my head. Okay, let's say you want pizza for dinner. Now, you don't come out and say that. Because of course you don't. Instead, you decide to go ahead and someone else in the group who's deciding what you get for dinner wants something that isn't pizza. You don't want them to get that because you want pizza. So you're like, okay, I've got an idea. So you're going to slander them. You're like, you picked last week. In fact, honestly, you pick too often in general. I'm insulted by how often you're the one who gets to pick dinner. You should let someone else pick for a change. I think this is actually a pretty good example, now that I'm thinking about it. Because here's the idea. You could see how damaging this is. Because, first of all, you are lying. You do not care about the fact that they get to pick. In fact, you are also saying a lie as part of this. They don't get to pick too often. That's not how that works. But you're implying that they pick too often, which means now they are thinking, oh God, have I been picking too often? And everyone else is thinking, oh my God, that person's so selfish, they just pick all the time. What's wrong with them? And people will tend to believe that, or worse, not believe it and then push back against you. Then it turns into an argument. And because now it's an argument, now you have decided to dig your heels in. Because you've got to win, remember. So now you're like, no, listen, I'm just saying that Squirtle here has had too many times of picking what we're having for dinner tonight. I'm tired of the selfishness of the water types, okay? We deserve representation too. People who are not the water types deserve representation, and this can escalate. This can spiral wildly out of control. Or you could say, I'd like to have pizza tonight. And do you see the difference immediately? I can work with you just saying you want pizza tonight. It's like, oh, yeah, sure, okay. But if you try to tell me all this nonsense about Squirtle or all this other garbage, I'm just going to sit here and be like, okay, well, assuming you're telling me the truth, that means the actual focus of this problem is figuring out if Squirtle's picking too many times. My immediate reaction to that is going to be going through and finding receipts. So I look at the last 10 dinners we've had, and I say, well, of these, Squirtle has picked 0 of them. So I don't know what you're upset about. And then once again, you have a choice. You can back off, or much more likely, double down. And then it becomes this whole thing. You start questioning my data. You start pointing to me instead, because I'm the one pointing out that you are lying. I'm using a silly analogy here, but you probably have seen this exact same process repeated 100 times just in the last few years alone. Yeah, it's you just want pizza. You just want pizza. Just say you want pizza. Just say you want pizza. We may not get pizza, but at least I can work with that. At least communication is happening so we can have, coordination. At least we can have a society instead of whatever nonsense you're pushing. I'm done. Like I said, it just pisses me off. It's Lore Runner, it's Lore Runner. Hi, Tiana. There you are, just in the nick of time. This little sprite kept saying she wouldn't leave my side until she met you, and I'm at my wit's end. She tells me you found medicine for her grandfather. I'm no she. Hey, what's up? How's my grandpa doing? Well, thanks to that nice lady and her special stuff, it doesn't sound like she's coughing up a tempest anymore. I just wanted to thank you once more in person. Thanks a lot. Aw, you're welcome, kiddo. Too bad nice lady isn't here. I went to thank her for all the touching things she did in the scary woods. I guess I'll never be able to see her now that she's a princess. At least, that's what my grandpa said. But if you see her, can you please give her my regards? Pretty please, with a sugar on top. That's why I pointed out the disbelieving of the facts of the receipts, Kenexco. It's like, once you start questioning the data, the conversation is ended. Really. The moment you get to that point where you are lying about factual data in order to try and push an agenda, there's no conversation happening anymore. Oh well, no use chasing after her just to explain. At least, I know we use princess as a term of endearment, but I don't think we could use the phrase constitutional monarchy to describe Adeline these days. The king himself abolished royal rule long ago. I suppose such concepts soar above the head of a pixie like her anyway. Now that I won't be interrupted, you and Arciela found some herbs for that girl's grandfather, correct? Apparently, they're harder to come by than an ore bond in a basalt field. Count your lucky stars, the princess is so knowledgeable about plant life. Come to think of it, I haven't heard about her woodland escapades recently. I don't mean to pry, but how's she faring? I asked about what guys she's into. That's a real dialogue option. So she was thoroughly absorbed in her research and not particularly talkative then. At least it sounds like she was in good spirits. Those in support of colonization movement have not been kind to Arciela due to her reserved stance on the matter. On the other hand, her journeys into the wilderness did not go well over with her more traditionalist constituents. They fear her as much as they would a witch. Perhaps things would be different if she settled with a single faction instead of taking the high road and treating everyone like equals, but still, there are people in the coalition who think the world of her. Just like the girl who ran off. My point is she may feel alone, but she's not. As our representative, you must stick with her through and through. And now we wait an in-game day. And for the record, it is 6 in the freaking morning. I think that's actually the single worst, like, wait a day we've ever seen, because we just did one. That's the problem. Like, I timed the previous one pretty well, and the one before that as well, but now we've got a third one pretty much in a row. I'm going to peek ahead a little bit really quick here, but yeah, I think I'm just going to take an extremely early launch, because I don't know what else to do at this point. 45 minutes is insane. Okay, so talk to a person, check a door. Note, this is a very long cutscene. That's in the walkthrough. Approach this spot, get a cutscene. Wait another game day. Oh my god, why? So about 5 minutes, 5 quests from now, we have another wait a day. Oh, hey. We might try this. Hang on. Bastok. I mean, even FF14 hasn't repeated the 2.5 thing. Right? Like, none of them have ever been that length since then. I think. Don't quote me on that. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, God, now I doubt myself. Guys, could you stop crowding the damn home point, please? Jackasses. I'm not counting credits, obviously, because that's just insane. Oh, God, where is it? Where is it? Is it at the mines? Where's the Curio Moogle? Oh, I think that's it right there, actually. Let's see if we can buy this thing. Aw, our twins aren't here again. Oh. Various key items. Not? Okay, how about shoot? Maybe keys? No, I don't think it's keys. These are literally keys. Okay, what am I missing? Hang on, hang on. I swore I had that. I apparently do not have Rhapsodies in Azure. Which, if true, I've got to be like 1 or 2 quests in front of that. What mission is that? I am on the Ties That Bind. Which is 114. I need to do 116 to buy this. I mean, I got nothing else to do right now. I kind of don't want to take an early lunch. So... yeah, might as well. So anyways, hey, Rhapsodies. Suddenly. Wait, what does that mean, Reggie? I am trying to buy the Card Jailer Theodore. Sea Serpent Grotto. You're seeing things, Mr. Floyd. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, if I ever review a game that I did an old review of, do I make use of the old notes for that review? Yes and no. I tend to glance at it, you know, see what I thought back then. But it's pretty rare that I'll, for example, just copy-paste my old notes. Especially since I tend to disagree with past self, and, well, honestly, much more importantly, the old system was a fundamentally different system. That's why we had to switch. So, some of the old points literally don't apply the same way anymore. There it is. Hey, it's Sid Taru. It's terrifying. I should mention I have absolutely no idea what we're doing in the story at this point, so whatever. Wood. You're not Garuda. Pitiful humans, you cannot hear nature, though she aches for one to listen. I am left breathless knowing my name has been forgotten. No, your vestige is known to me, the seductress Siren. Ah, young daughter, have you come from a faraway age? One is mere happenstance, but to think, too. Your words confound me. Do you mean to say another has come from the future? I do not. Not all are equal before Father Time, least of all one who can devour him. It no longer needs wait for the future, and has sent back its emissary to this time. Even now he stands tall, cackling at your backs. Aroha. She's from the future. She's our apprentice from the future. That's the summary. I have no idea who this guy is. May this arrow strike true, fiend. Maybe don't sit there charging up an arrow for 15 years. I mean, I'm shocked he didn't dodge that, considering. Wait, what? What? Okay. We cannot let it escape. Wait, why did... Ah! Well, you see, the bad guys have, I don't know. They have the plot on their side. Why am I still not stealthed? Oh my god. I hate this game. You need to cancel stealth to stealth, Lore. Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to cancel a buff in this game? There. Can I stealth now, please, game? Thank you. And now we endure the eldritch horror of silence. Understand that in this darkness there bleeds a heart knowing naught but despair. I think I need to go to the left. Hang on, where am I? Right. I am right. Left. English. I am right. Left. No, that's a grammatically correct sentence. Listen, Giga, not all of us can have the one true language at our beck and call. Yeah, if I went right, I'd be wrong. But if I went left, then I was right. Sure. Hang on, but let me line up a little bit here. Yeah, I apparently did not line up very correctly. You were not authorized to perform that action. Oh, because the party's full. Well, it's about to be empty. Give me a minute. Do it, Mr. Floyd. Do it. Grant unto me thine speculation. Now, I'm almost positive already. Oh, that's not a book. No, book's further up. I'm pretty sure I have the book. I'm gonna double check over here. Okay. We zone, then we invite, then we stealth. Okay. Where am I going? F11. That's basically right in front of me. Yeah. But first, thank you for being part of the show, Ice Train. I almost said Pikmin. Thank you for being part of the show, Pikmin. Pikmin 1, Pikmin 2, Pikmin 3. I like how the walkthrough straight up says, the following fight is considerably more difficult than the content leading up to it. If solo would trust, you want to be at least level 80 before attempting. Oh, while inviting a party member, you must wait before using trust magic. Why is that a thing? I mean, I know stuff like that is almost always there because someone was exploiting something. But why is that a thing? I don't even know what the cooldown is. Also, we have a 15-minute timer to kill this boss. On top of everything else. Yeah, I don't think we will have a 15-minute problem, but that says something about FF11 right there. And in fact, from what I've seen, 15 minutes is really short. That was probably at least part of the difficulty back in the day. Most fights that have a timer where that timer is difficult are 30 or 45 minutes. I know, Magister, I know. I really like the big raid, too. So hang on. Well, I guess... Is it going to be a battle here, or are we going to zone? Okay, so I'll go and summon now. I was about to say, assuming I can, but hey... I remember Dark Age of Camelot. I played Dark Age of Camelot. I am aware of the Camelot leak, too. We'll see where that's going. That could be a lot of things. Because a lot of times developers will use code phrases which don't linearly have anything to do with the project in question. This is funny coming from Zed. Remove your mask at once and we may lay eyes upon our enemy. Our world is not a toy for you to control. This void scent has emerged from the abyss, endeavoring to lead Vana'diel into it. Even now he turns his gaze to the fabrics of time, his arms pulsing as he rips a hole into the emptiness that lies beyond. Darkness is not to be feared, but embraced like a lover in the cold winds of the night. Says the scantily clad woman, who's mostly wearing feathers. I care not whether it be born from a higher power. I refuse to permit it to consume our land. Impudent fools. I cannot move. Lorewinter, come hither and let my song wash over you. No, it's Siren, not Overlord. Although there might be a relation. I'm pretty sure she's using a similar auto as the original. Okay, let's do this. Where is she? There she is. Let's get the guys engaged. Okay, now let's get some buffs going. I'm gonna have to start using buffs regularly nowadays, I think. Since fights are getting a little more real. It took a while to get there, but we're there. I'm gonna save up a little bit more TP. Oh, there we go. Perfect. That didn't do any damage. How did that not do any damage? Why did Savage Blade do no damage? I wish I knew what was happening in combat sometimes. So apparently that was a skill chain I just did, which I sort of suspected. I just wasn't sure. Apparently the skill chain did wind damage. I have no idea how I would know that. And she gets healed by wind damage. That makes perfect sense. Interesting corpse position there. It's over, Siren. Volto Obscuro. Huh? Face us. I fear that will not be the last we see of that thing. To think my charms turned against me, I thank you, Laura. Can it truly be called a future if there's not left in existence? I am unfit to call myself a higher power when I'm unable to act of mine own accord and succumb to forces that threaten our land. Nice heals, by the way. That creature appeared before my visage and sunk its teeth into my very soul. But what is it? If you call yourself a higher power, does that mean one is higher still? My puissance pales in comparison. It took me to a future, a bleak future, where my wings fluttered despite myself, carrying me on the wind. It called itself the Ambassador of the Void, yet I cannot tell from whence it came, nor why it chose to appear before me. Nor can I fathom whether or not it was acting of its own volition. This ambassador is likely from the future, as Iroha alluded to. We cannot ascertain where it'll strike next, yet its power is palpable. Be on your guard. Thy companion's words ring true. The threads of fate doth tie thee together with the abomination. And with the girl as well. But she's gone. Do not give in to trepidation. She shall appear before you once more when all seems lost. The blessing enveloping her ensures it. I shall lend you my power should you swear to protect this land. Do you swear to protect this land? I swear to protect this land. Let your communion with nature reverberate through the sky and sea. I shall always remain true in the depths of your heart. Also, we're on for Friday, right? Okay, cool. You are blessed to have Siren be your protector. This should ensure the Sea Serpent Grotto remains safe and Norg accessible to all. I'll go ahead and report to Gilgamesh. Join me when you're done here. And there's the item, Rhapsody in Azure. Now we go talk to Gilgamesh, which I don't actually care about right now. So now that's done. Hang on one second. So for the curious, Rhapsodies does this a lot. The item I just got gives me the following bonuses. It increases my experience and limit point gain by 30%. Increases my Unity accolade gains by 30%. It removes the lockout on re-entering Dynamis. It reduces the amount of time between the issuance of Imperial Army ID tags to 10 minutes. I don't even know what that is. Reduce the time limit between purchasing remnant purchases to once per game day. Reduces the cost of purchasing smoldering lamps. I don't even know what that is. To 1,000 gil. Reduction of the lockout on participating to 1 hour. Removes the maximum amount of soul plates Senraku will hold. And a 90% reduction in cost for several items, all of which are salt. Also, and I quote, additional items for sale by Curio Moogles, which is what we're actually after. Ah, Odin. And don't you have to kill Odin like 13 times or something like that? So, I'm against gatekeeping in general, but what's my stance on trying to keep the stream bros using hobbies as a get-rich-quick stream and driving up hobby prices as a result when they don't care about the hobby at all, it's beyond making money? I mean, we don't need to keep them out, we just need to kill them, Triaxia. We have the solution to rich people, it's called a guillotine. What? What's up, Blade Duval? Okay. Well, I was gonna go hit a Curio Moogle, but what's up? Dark Age of Camelot was almost entirely PvP focused, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Now, again, let me be clear. I'm not going to say anything with regards to a WoW Classic or to whatever the Operation Camelot is or anything like that, right? I have no idea. But DAOC was fully PvP focused. In fact, it was like faction v faction. It was the first MMO to really focus on that. There have been MMOs that have PvP focus before DAOC, but DAOC was all about the faction conflict, right? And you can kind of see that if you look at WoW Vanilla for a second, and how they focused so much on making sure that the Horde and the Alliance would be fighting each other, and how much that ruined the game for years. Yeah, Realm v Realm. That's what they called it. Accomplished adventurers can accrue points by progressing prolifically in proficiency. But beware, the road is rockier than anything related to limit points. However, I'm confident you'll conquer the cornucopia of crimson clogs that can clock your way to victory. Done. Henceforth, you'll be able to collect job points. Okay. That was much less work than I was told. The whole reason I was hesitating on that is I thought that was a whole thing. But I guess we're done now? Quite a few MMOs have tried Realm v Realm over the years. Most of them have failed. Dark Age of Camelot mostly succeeded because of two big reasons. And I don't want to sound negative about it, but it's just reality, right? Reason number one, it was the first. So it kind of had that unique value, but also more people were invested in it who wanted that, which leads me to point two, the community. The reason it worked is because the players wanted it to work. And so they kind of kept that ball rolling for quite a while, actually. PvP in any format does not work if the community is not on board. Okay, that was port, I think. Whoops. So you asked another question, Mr. Floyd. You said, and I quote, what would it take for me to consider doing a WoW Classic run on stream? Oh, no, that's not what you asked. Excuse me. You asked about a WoW Classic Plus stream. No, hit me killing you. We're literally waiting for the next in-game day. I'm running around doing cleanup stuff because I have nothing else to do right now. By the way, there's another in-game wait coming up soon. I'll probably break for lunch after that one. equipment, maybe? I'm not sure what Dark Age of Camelot's stance was on griefing. Most MMOs have been, like, publicly anti-griefing, but in reality land, it's trickier than that. 1 second. There was nothing there. There was nothing under various key items. You're right, it is right there. In fact, there apparently are several things I should be able to buy right now. Players must have met the prerequisite for receiving the mission in order to purchase this item. Yeah, I have to be on the mission. Why? Okay, whatever. I'm just going to remember that that's there. So we can skip that minigame when we get there. Okay, whatever. I'll just... Someone remind me of that when we get there. The Man in Black, I believe. 3-4 is when that's going to show up. What else we got? Bash, 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 bash. Bash, 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 bash. I'm just glancing ahead through the walkthrough here, seeing if there's anything else I could do, or any other weights. Mandatory weights, my favorite. There's going to be a battle. That's a while from now. The composites are mostly originals. I will drop in occasional remixes. Unfortunately, someone pointed out something on my YouTube comments, and who was absolutely correct. Wait until next game day. God damn it, 365 is another way to game day. I am on 322 right now. So, for those of you not aware, I'll have a lot of my own remixes on the website. For some reason, some of them don't work. They just list that the time on the file is 0 minutes and 0 seconds. I have absolutely no idea why. And nothing I can do can seem to fix that. The file exists. The file plays just fine manually. If I pull up the plugin which generates that playlist on the website, it's there, and it works just fine. I don't know how to fix that. I'll look into it later at some point. I have other things I need to work on, but it's really frustrating. Because as near as I can tell, nothing's wrong. So there's a quest later where I have to bring an item, which depends on my bond with Arciella. How do I know what my bond with Arciella is? So I'll read Killing You's story out loud here. One of my favorite memories was... Hello? What was the sound? Wow.
Do you want New York chopped cheese?
Yes.
I was...
What is it? I mean, where'd it come from, I guess?
The mall yesterday.
Nice.
I was gonna have it for lunch, but I ate the other half of Yona's cheesesteak, and I'm full.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it's the brother-in-law. One of my favorite memories was one day my clan was grouped with a couple of others. We decided to run a long campaign to take all the keeps in Albion territory. We were Midgard. We slogged for hours with well over 40 players, at least 5 groups of 8 each, one entirely healers. Took 2 of them after respawning countless times and spending hundreds on siege weapons. At the final keep, we're about to kill the commander, which is how you secured keeps, only for a fresh crew of Hibernians to roll up and wreck our army, taking the keep out from under us immediately. It was a glorious day to die. Wow. Well, since I still have a timer of waiting, I guess I'll hit up the auction house. Sure, why not? There's an auction house here, right? Yeah, it's right there. I see it. Don't do it, Shadow Machine! That's too late. It's too late for all of us. But thank you for being part of the show, Shadow Machine. I do always appreciate you. So that's going towards Bartender, which is pretty close, I believe. Dispatch, Metroid Prime 4. Okay, so I need all of this. I am aware of that, Blade Taval. That's actually true for a lot of MMOs. That was true in WoW for a while, and let me tell you, that sucked. All it meant in WoW was all of the trade happened at one auction house. Like, that's all that resulted in. Everyone just went to the one auction house to sell everything. Ironforge, if you're wondering. Materials, Leathercraft, and I need... You said I could sort this. You've said that several times. I don't think I believe you. I'm looking for a square of buffalo leather. Interesting. Oh, nice, Shadow Machine. I didn't actually pick that one up, but I was tempted. Okay, now I need Manticore leather. Let's see if I can find that. Do you have any Manticore leathers? What?
The fairy house.
Don't worry, I have it right here. If you were gonna leave, I wasn't gonna let you forget. Hang on, it's falling apart here. There you go. You got it?
Uh-huh.
Good. Have fun.
I will.
Here, hang on. I want to give a hug. I'm going to the safe zone for the hug.
I bounced up.
Okay, I'll let you. Have fun.
Party.
Do I get a hug before you go?
Hey,
Yes.
coming
Mwah.
too.
You good?
Are you giving give the present for Willow? Are you giving the present for Willow? The present for Willow?
For the hug. Jesus, really, Blade Duval? Juno just taking them tariffs. Which is funny, because that's not what tariffs are or how that means, but whatever. Okay, so I need Manticore leather. All right. Manticore leather. I'm just gonna bid 20 grand on it. Whatever, here. Gimme. Next, buffalo horn. That is Bonecraft. What the hell is Bonecraft? Buffalo horn. Buffalo horn. Buffalo horn? Buffalo horn. Whee! Here, have a bunch of money. I pay double what it's worth just because I don't feel like looking. I need manticore hair, effed skin, cloth craft, and leather craft, respectively. That may be killing you. We've got at least 2 more weights coming up. Okay, and now effed skin, which is leather craft again. Damn it, game. Stop sucking for 5 seconds. Okay, that should be 5, I think. Yes. Okay, so we're good to go on that quest. And the day has just ticked over. Freaking finally. Okay. Onwards. Christ. So, quest redesign, but not like BC, with quest hubs. See, to me... Oh, gosh, I don't know. The NPCs are like, why is this... I don't know what I would want from Classic Plus, honestly. That's actually kind of tough. I'm probably the worst possible person to ask that, because I wasn't a big fan of vanilla. I suppose removing the traversal problem would be the biggest wish list item for me. There's a lot of ways you could do that, but do something to make traversal less crap. Honestly, just porting dragonflying directly into WoW Classic would do it. I need to go over here. Whoosh, whoosh, and you're there. So anyways, I don't know what the hell's going on here. This damsel must have been summoned by the spirits of the forest. Yeah, why did Dracula have to stop her from going out there? Alright, I should do my count voice. Hang on a second. Lorana. How coincidental we should meet under such unsavory circumstances. And by summoned by the spirits of the forest, I meant exactly as I said. You can take my words at their face value. To elaborate, I mean this current episode mimics one occurred many years past. As to what the forest might want with her, my memories offer not even the slightest hint. What I do know is this maiden will continue to heed Hinterland's call if we pretend this is only an isolated incident. She may ever venture to the heart of the jungle, for there's no possible way we could keep watch over her at all times. If only the forest were not so dangerous. I'm drifting into Dwarven here. Maybe she will feasibly meet with her mind's captor and plead for her release from this ailment. Left to her own devices, however, I fear it more likely she will be praying for the sweet release of death from whatever savage beast stumbles upon her. If you wish to keep this girl from becoming a clump of bloody flesh hanging between jagged fangs, you'll need to ascertain what the spirits want with her. Fortunately, you already know someone whose erudition regarding the forest apparitions is non-parallel. Non-pareil, excuse me. In case you forgot, it's the main character of the entire expansion. What? Oh, duh. You're dumb. Game. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Any adventurer worth his weight in Bailed knows that saving damsels in distress is his goddess-given duty. Will you uphold the tenets of your faith? Hey, don't think that stealthy black outfit doubles as official. She was asking for glass tape, which makes sense the moment I think about it. She wanted see-through tape, scotch tape. Let the man be. He has his own brand of permission. It'd be best if we don't interfere. Yes, he's an enigma in a riddle shrouded in a conundrum. No wonder the soldiers chat about him. Let's concentrate on protecting the girl. Hey you, Pioneer. Yeah, I'm talking to you. We heard you blabbering earlier with that black coat. What was that all about? Girls being summoned and you need Arcea's help? How do you even know the princess? Let's just repeat the dialogue of the scene we literally just saw, because we're drifting a little bit too much into FF14 now. I will give that quest credit, however. It actually straight up told me where to go next. I'm actually shocked. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to give a guidance positive. I'm not joking. These are the first series of quests in the entire game that have straight up told you where to go for the next quest step. You don't want to know how many walkthrough-itis negatives I've given this game. It's a lot. There is no reasonable way to figure out what you're supposed to do next without a walkthrough. In so much of this game. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yes, actually, Frisco-born, unironically. Setting up an account is so archaic and duct-taped together from systems, most of which don't actually exist anymore or aren't properly supported anymore, that you need a walkthrough to know what you're doing. Why the long face? I'm an elf. Why, yeah. I know. She's recently been absorbed in abnormalities, and none of this is new. I know of all this. Hi, Arceala. How fortuitous. There's something I wanted to ask you. I know it seems like I'm obsessed with my brother's cryptic message, which is clearly and obviously pointing to your sword, but I swear this isn't about him. I want to talk to you about the recent appearance of evil spirits. Apparently there's a woman whose behavior has been suspicious of late. For example, she's been slipping out of her house in the dead of night. And when she walks, she has a blank stare, glazed over eyes. She speaks in tongues, but like she's afflicted. Her destination is in the jungle. What do you research? You're not actually reading anything. What? Apparently I just lost rep with her. Whatever, I don't care. Whatever. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Blah, 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 blah. The woman in question was the daughter of someone who was important, who holds high office in the Pioneers Coalition. He presides over aspects of the mercantile endeavors and is an outspoken proponent of the colonization movement. I mean, she is super sus. Honestly, that wasn't me spamming, to be quite clear. It looked like the correct answer. Silly me. The walkthrough doesn't always even list if there's a correct answer or not. Sorry, I'm looking something because I just had a random thought. Looks like no, however. See you around, Mr. Red. Enjoy doing anything other than FF11. Also, I hate you. See, what this is like, right? Let's say Mr. Red really, really wants to go to some place that's 4 hours away. But he doesn't want to drive there, so he asks me to drive for him. He's like, thanks for driving for me. And then he falls asleep in the car. The only one left suffering is me. And Blageable. So apparently the cutscene after this is really long. This is the one where the walkthrough straight up warned me. This is a long cutscene. Let's see how bad this is. I got a fresh thing of water. I mean, I'm always the designated driver, so yeah. There's it's you, Blarity Flurg. The girl regained consciousness. We sent her back home. She's in Eastern Adeline. How about you let the princess do the talking? Oh yeah, Polomio. Also, that guy just yelled at us for daring to talk to him when the princess was right there. I find something funny about that. Okay, so who's ready for what this game considers a long cutscene? Any bets on how long it's going to be? I'm going to time it. I'm actually curious. I'm also going to read everything out loud just to be as thorough as I can. No flobbity flues. Yeah, I'm curious because I'm trained. You know, I've played FF14. I've played Persona 5. I know what long cutscene means. Eastern statue, yes. Hi, Cookie Gaming. So, this is actually just straight text. It's stylized and customized, but it's just text. Same thing over here. Same thing over here. Now this, the timer here, oh god, it's actually been a while, is something called output timer. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It sets up a timer, and you can set it to whether you start it when you start streaming, when you start recording. I do it for recording because that's usually more useful to me. Oh, God, Kennex Cow. This plugin is just Streamlabs, I think. Yeah. So that's how I pull in the text. This is just this scrolling thing is just the thing. Oh, you meant for FF11. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I apologize. So here's the funny thing. I have no idea. I pretty much handed this off to a friend of mine, Rax, who put together my setup for me. So this is called XIUI. I remember that one. It's the only one I remember because I've had to fiddle with it. And unfortunately, that's all I've got for you. I apologize. But XIUI is the majority of, like, this HUD stuff. This is where, like, the hotkeys on the bottom, the party interface, the group interface, the targeting thing. All that stuff is XIUI. Where am I going? And yes, Ashida, thank you. Okay. Starting the time. I'm actually going to start a timer on my phone for this. I don't remember why they ended up going with Ashida instead of Windor. There was a specific reason back then. I just don't remember it. No! How could it have come to this? You still do not understand, old fool. This is deserved castigation at the hands of nature. Your comeuppance for supporting the forbidden act of colonization and draining the lifeblood of this continent. I agree that her curse is the result of her father's stance on colonization, but I think the agency behind her malady belongs to a different source. There's nothing other than a premeditated conspiracy to hinder our colonization efforts of Volbuka. And just who is capable of such a heinous act? Why, witches, of course. Witches? Preposterous. Surely you cannot think their ilk still exists. Oh, they exist, without a doubt, and I fear we know them all too well. I'm sure even you can't have forgotten about the destruction wrought by that monstrous coven. No. Can it possibly be? This is downright absurd. Your obsession with finding evil in every corner has gone too far. You exorcists are worse than zealots. I would stay my tongue if I were you. Let's just say it would do well to remember what profession Hildebert's right-hand man is. You don't want Lord Vortimer discovering how incompetent you feel he is, do you? Politics! Not another fight. I can't go anywhere anymore without seeing people at each other's throats. I'm sorry, Arciela. You're right. I shouldn't let my emotions get the best of me. That's why we can't just stand here and let their tempers flare. Ooh, goddess's auspices with you. Well, if it isn't the Middlelander. Oh, and I see you brought the princess with you. I humbly request you put this quarrel to rest. Stirring up each other's emotions won't solve anything, especially over something like this. This isn't merely something, my dear princess. A girl has been cursed. Slow down. Should we hear what Palomios has to say before jumping to conclusions? Now, sir, could you please tell us exactly what happened to your daughter Nylene? Yes, of course. However, I doubt what I have to say will offer much insight. I barely understand her condition myself. As I told the peacekeepers earlier, my daughter has recently begun exhibiting rather strange behavior. She wanders the streets night after night as one possessed. If no one is there to stop her, she unfailingly manages to meander into the wilds. It's obvious she would act like that. This is a textbook example of a curse. You're but preaching to the choir. I tire of having to continue to explain that. My apologies, sir and madam. You can ignore their aspersions. If you have anything else to add, we'd be grateful to hear it. Let me think. Once she's fallen into that state, her eyes wander as if staring at nothing in particular. Engaging in conversation with her is nigh impossible. Sometimes she'll turn and face a certain direction, and unleash a barrage of incomprehensible gibberish. Like I said before, despite giving off the appearance that her mind is somewhere else, the moment you look away, she vanishes into the woods. I know not what would have become of my precious Nylene had those two kind souls at the bivouac not been there to see to her welfare. And where is your daughter now? She's in the next room over, fast asleep. See. So you two have cause to believe these are signs of a curse. Yeah. Ingrid, you say you've heard of a similar phenomenon. Indeed I have. Whilst on my travels to the Middlelands, I heard tale of an individual who is afflicted by the curses of evil spirits, doomed to walk the streets of his city night and day without reprieve. However, he left behind a legacy. To this very day, the people of this land dress up as ghosts once a year and have others chase after them. The pursuers receive delectable confections for their efforts. Wah, wah. The origin of such festivities is almost certainly linked to a historical event in distant past. Why the participants would reward pursuers with candy is beyond me. What illogical traditions those Easterners have. Ugh. I'd say the practice likely comes from an ancient ceremony that saves the same function as exorcisms do today. My. To think that such a ludicrous custom would have a rich history behind it. A stunning story if I ever heard one. Thanks, I thought it pretty good myself. What? You mean to say you fabricated this whole explanation? Cassard, your blatant lack of diligence disturbs me. Our order would surely sink into disrepute with you at helm. While you've been content to remain snugly within your proverbial Ulbukan washbin, I have explored seeds wider than you could possibly imagine, and returned with a veritable treasure trove of information. For example, did you know that the people in the Middlelands have, for some years, succeeded in communicating with spirits of an ancient witch brood? The name of that brood would not happen to be the Dark Lilies, would it? Ah, so you are familiar with them. I can't say I'm surprised, though, as everyone in the Order of the Weatherspoon should have heard that name at some point. Let me give you a challenge, then. What about the rumors that the troop of evildoers who skulk in the hinterlands are the Dark Lily's successors? I refuse to believe such tripe. Troop, you say? So there are multiple witches involved. Yes, I can say with full confidence, this is the work of the Blackthorn Coven. Blackthorn Coven? A tyrannous clan of apocalypses incarnate. They might as well be joined at the hip for how often they've seen apart. They've set eastern Ulbuka ablaze with surreptitious experiments and single-handedly extinguished the burning passions of numerous pioneers. They somehow continue to evade us, flying back into the forest only to bear their talents at a later date. No wonder they're also known as the heinous Harpies. It is this nefarious sisterhood to which your daughter has fallen victim. No, you're wrong. At least that's what I want to believe. I understand they may be likened to Harpies, but I don't think they're capable of something like this. What's more, Lorewinter knows something about this incident you don't. Wait, I do? I see, so she was called by the forest sprites. That's enough, Arciella. You do not truly believe this flagrant display of balderdash, do you? Does he have any evidence with which to support this outrageous argument? It can't possibly be something as ridiculous and insane as forest sprites. It has to be witches! We have enough, in my opinion. For example, I've noticed a spiritual aura in the air ever since we entered this dwelling. It's undeniably faint, like a scent of far-off flowers borne aloft in the morning breeze. However, I can still sense it. The feeling greatly resembles what Lorewinter and I experienced when we met those spirits at the Siazak battlegrounds. Yeah, by the way, hey, Magister, this is what agenda pushing looks like, these two assholes. Do remember that we know that Twitface, Ingrid, is actively trying to rise her faction back to prominence. So, of course, every issue she runs into, she's going to say, is an issue that her faction conveniently can solve. We'd have to investigate further before making any definite statements, but what Lorewinter proposes seems more than plausible. Auras in the air, flowery scents, fie, I say. You employ florid metaphors to divert our attention from your specious reasoning. This is none other than a curse of the wilds! Mr. Polomio is leading figure of the colonization movement and has been targeted precisely because of his position. His daughter and the Chancellor have been cursed to show that not even the most influential Adolins are above the will of the woodlands. With that, I bid you farewell. I have no more time to squander on sophistry when I'm expected at the Weatherspoon Manse for Vespers. Polomio, you do well to leave everything to me. I shall make sure you receive the full support of Hildebert as well. Therefore, once we lift the curse, All I ask is you grant us a few minimal favors. It's almost funny to me how blatant all of this really is. Like they're not holding back or being subtle at all. I think you mean if you lift the curse. I honestly don't see you succeeding where your betters have failed. Squawk all you want, but when the time comes, you and the princess will be proven for the fledglings you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a citizen to save. If he wants to waste his time praying, it's his prerogative. We all know the only way to lift a coven's curse, send them back whence they came. Once this world is no longer defiled by their presence, the girl shall once again be free. Let the fires of divine judgment cleanse them of their iniquity. Seriously, Von Falkenstein. Who do I believe here? They both promised me my daughter's return, but their methods are diametrically opposed. Now, let's pull up the palm, see if it senses any abnormal presence. Nope. Doesn't have anything to do with the leafkin. I guess that proves Cassard wrong. Your palm would have reacted some way if the woods were involved. Moreover, I don't think the Blackthorn Coven has anything to do with this. That leaves... Mistress Arciela, I beg of you, please save my daughter. Don't worry, I'll do everything in my power to help cure your daughter of this affliction. But I will need your help with something to accomplish that. There is a strange spiritual energy permeating this room even as we speak. Could you or your daughter have brought back artifacts from the forest? Seems highly unlikely. I may be a proponent of colonization, but I've never personally strode into the hinterland. Oh, come to think of it, I did purchase an enchanting stone at the market the other day. The vendor told me it comes from deep in the Olbuk jungle and resembles no jewel or mineral I had previously seen. Not only did it have a peculiar shape, it was so overlarge it would not fit in my palm. The color! At first glance, it was a stunning shade of crimson, but upon further inspection, it shone warmly yellow as the sun. I rarely express interest in expensive jewels, but I simply had to have this rare specimen for my collection. It's wonderfully complementing my Altana-shaped tree root and the rock sphinx I once slipped upon whilst climbing his eponymous hillock. Many of my colleagues... Sorry, what that means is he's a rich asshole. Many of my colleagues have also succumbed to the temptation of the collector, for we all possess menageries of bizarre objects. In fact, the stone in question is said to have been previously worshipped as a vessel of transcendental power. The merchant who sold to me added it could be very well the communion, the crafted for the communion with a creator deity. He was not so forthcoming with the name, but I'm certain it must be important. My daughter was captivated by the stone's mystic properties, even more so than me, so I bequeathed it to her. Now that you mention it, her behavior started changing after I received the stone. I've got it. I've solved the case. Nobody on this island has a brain. Do you mind if I meet your daughter? I have some questions for her. She's done it again, dear. What, she's gone? I went to check her, the window was open and she's nowhere to be seen. Damn this curse. We'd best start looking immediately. Hopefully she's not gone far. Let's help look for her. Where do you suggest we start? Whatever option that... I don't even see the dialogue option. I doubt the sprite's bearing ill will, but I get the feeling something awful will happen if she enters those woods. Polymio, could I ask you to search the town while Lore Runner and I look for her at the edge of the forest? Ma'am, we'll let you know immediately once we find her, so please don't move from this spot. And... 12 minutes. That's actually not that bad, relatively speaking. But 12 freaking minutes, give or take a few seconds. Wow. Okay, give me 1 second, Riplinger. Also, hi. So what does this lore run cover? We are not doing any side quests, Riplinger, unless we absolutely have to, which I suppose by definition means they are not side quests. This is something we kind of established precedence with Guild Wars 2. We just call it an MSQ only run. We go through the primary story stuff, and we discuss things as we go. But we don't do the onerous amount of additional side quests that exist therewith. Oh my god. I guess that's actually it right there. Yeah, there's a lot of side quests, and we're not doing any of that crap. You think this is a long run. Oh my god. Looks like... Where? Oh, I'm in the wrong zone. Yeah, WoW, if you remember, was thorough. We did every quest there. That one took a minute. Same with FF14, by the way. Have I not... I'm sure there's plenty of good quests, that's just not really relevant to me. The primary concern there is time. If the run was do all side quests, then the run would not be happening. Like, that's just it. That's the line. Do all the side quests. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, yes. Main story quest. Sorry, MSQ stands for main story quest. So, God, how the hell... is it another type of teleport? It's probably another type of teleport. Hang on, hang on. It wasn't there on the waypoint? We'll check the city waypoint, see if that's any different. Xenoblade 1 of Falkenstein. Technically also X, but Blade 1 is the one you're thinking of. There it is. Oh, I hope so, Riplinger. We've been very slowly making our way through MLP, and once that's done, that'll get updated. Then I'll move on to Voyager, which I believe is next, and then Deep Space Nine. Also, the movies is something I want to continue, but I just have not had time. FF11 plus the recent Non-Dark have absolutely destroyed any possibility of me doing anything else, any extra, right? Okay, so I'm going to... way over there. We're in Season 7 right now, and I say that vaguely because we bounce around a little bit. Hi, Eleazar. Let's test something. It's possible I don't have the waypoint, but let's see if we do. Because I didn't seem to even have the zone earlier. That is entirely possible, Baseball, which is why I'm going to manually test. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure how I would be in the wrong menu, but whatever. I accept it's a possibility. This is FF11 after all. Honestly, I only had one major complaint about that show. And yeah, that complaint went away by Season 5, so... Now that's interesting. So I figured out the problem immediately. You see it right here? I can go to the western city, the eastern city, or here. Do you see the problem? I can't go to the other zones. So I want to go up to here, it looks like. Frontier Station. Willing to share? Sure! Catra is two separate characters that don't agree with each other. And as a consequence, she's the worst part of the entire story. Looks like we gotta knock something down on the way there. Maybe? Well, over here. Favorite character in She-Ra? Oh, that's a tough one. That is a really tough one, because there's a lot of really good characters in that show. Yeah, Aurora herself is a really good take on the dumb, right? Like the dumb fighter, the Goku archetype. Glimmer is also kind of generally awesome. Okay, looks like we'll just skip this. Maybe? I don't know what's going on here. Let's just kill stuff. I don't know if I could pick a favorite, honestly. They're almost all great. Even the two Catras are both separately good characters. The problem is their connection to each other. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go with the final villain. I'm actually going to not give names on purpose. I think the final villain is weirdly interesting. Like, he's evil, sure, but like everything about him is kind of messed up in a lot of unique and fun and terrifying ways. One of my favorite details is that it's obvious based on how he talks that he's not actually the same person he's been for the last several millennia. He keeps body hopping, but he loses so much of his memories and his self each time he does it. Right? You get the impression that he's just a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. There's a wonderful moment when he looks at a hologram of the ancient She-Ra, and he stares at her, completely blank-faced, and says, "I have no memory of her. I surely fought her. I surely engaged in that, but I recall nothing when I look upon her." And that, there's a lot of characterization in that moment. So, see what's in her hand? It's the mysterious stone. The spirits must be harbored within it. He was probably carrying it when you first helped her, too. I bet they just forgot to mask their aura this time. You know how stupid they were when we encountered them before. Looks like I'm right. Chalk one up for Arciella. Yeah, let's go ahead and start reading at my pace, then. Did I perish in there? Yeah, we did not. Enjoy the freedom we've been given. The horror. Never will I return to that den of iniquity. Alright, let's go help her. So, I guess I'm going to hearth at this point. Head to the goddess statue in East. Talk to the door. See a cutscene. Yeah, and this is just her repeating the extremely obvious. There was a spirit who was lost in the stone. Trapped in the stone. It took control of her in order to force her to come out here in order to release it. The stone itself no longer has any light in it. And she mentioned she was able to share consciousness with the entity who connected them. I could hear them simultaneously grieve for their freedom and apologize for their transgressions. Let us return home. Our deepest apologies would constantly ring in my own head. Even with our emotions linked, I would begin shedding tears for their plight, even though I resented what they were doing to me. It was surreal, like crying in a dream. My heart still aches thinking what I saw in that state. The fairies apparently got separated from their brethren while frolicking in the woods. A pioneer stumbled upon them, which sent the sprites into a panic, and they hid inside the rock. Interesting. Who knew spirits of the forest could share memories and feelings with people? If they could do that, then my brother... My brother for another mother. Oh god, it's a perfidious crab! I think we're fine, because literally it's this cutscene that needs to conclude before we have a day wait. What? What? Oh, I'm an idiot. God, what am I doing? I'm autopiloting too much, that's what I'm doing. I was just thinking, use the other teleport network. And that was the only thought I had, so naturally I ran to the book as soon as I got to Relude. Moving on. Yeah, no, not that one. No, not that. No, not that. Damn it. Was it over here? Yes. Okay, now we just have to finish this cutscene before it hits midnight. We're fine. Getting close to lunchtime anyways, but whatever. Father. Eileen. I'm so happy you're okay. Arcilla, thank you so much. Oof. Damn it. Yeah, that says everything you need to about the difference in perspectives here. Arcilla is just trying to help things. Cassard's response is to be dismissive. Ingrid's response is to actually be upset at the fact that we saved her. Again, they're just pushing their agendas very blatantly. We are eternally grateful for what you and your frontier friend have done. Oh, I almost forgot that pioneer friend of yours. Lore Runner. His name's Lore Runner. Thank you as well. This reward may not commiserate with that which you receive in the Middlelands, but it's all I have on hand. I apologize for the inconvenience I've caused you to. May you never again have to endure an ordeal such as this. Trust me, I've been through so much worse in this game, lady. Maybe Mother can stop nagging you about getting suckered in by shady vendors. We're not, my love. I shall never purchase another obscure bauble as long as I live. Your daughter's right. There's likely ponds upon ponds of danger lying in wait in the hinterlands. Until we know exactly how upsetting them will influence our lives, we'd best be careful. Girl speaks truth. It's best to let sleeping chocobos lie, so we must never venture into the jungle again. Please don't put words into my mouth. That's not what I was saying. Either way, it seems what was afflicting Nylene is no more. In that case, there's no reason for me to stick around. Goodbye. I, too, must take my leave. Glare at each other. For what it's worth, I do still like this. And... yeah. I believe your intuition. If you hadn't told me she was summoned to the forest by the spirits, I never would have noticed the aura. Nylene would still be alone and confused in the heart of Henetiel. If we'd known even a few minutes later, she might have been eaten by goddess knows what. Yeah, you're rather sloppy, is not what I'm picking. What? Why can't you take credit? Wait, so someone gave the idea when you found Nylene in the battlegrounds? Who could that be, I wonder? Spindly gray hair, looks decrepit. Must be a unique individual if you remember all that about him. Old man dressed in black. Is that Theodore? That makes sense, seeing as how he's lived in Old Book and Malin for some time. He'd know things we don't. You think we should ask him about my brother? Yeah, but tomorrow, obviously. The Lore Runner... I just want to say, I believe in you. I know you can figure out what my brother wanted to tell us. I'm not going to pawn off all the responsibility to all you, though, so I'll search for Theodore in my spare time as well. Till we meet again. No, I'm with you, Blade Taval. Subtlety is a tool like any other. It's not an automatic. That meddling princess and her adventurer pet. I feel as if they made it their personal mission to assassinate my character. Nothing good ever comes from being in the same room with them. Ugh. Alright, Ingrid, calm down, calm down. Can't have Vortimir getting wind of what happened. Not if you promised you wouldn't make another mistake. Let the Middlelander be. When all is said and done, no one would lend an ear to a money-grubbing outsider. The true threat to the Exorcist's resurgence is the princess. Mark my words, Arciella V. Adolin. Soon enough, you'll regret ever having crossed Ingrid the Merciless. And now we have a few minutes wait. Where the hell am I? Oh, I see where I am. I'm downstairs. Yeah, okay. Yes, some animals need to be dropped. But also, more to the point, sometimes being blatant can be a storytelling tool. Right? Point in case, the sheer overtness of all the politics here is kind of a world-building thing. If we were to assume it's on purpose, which, given the quality of the writing, I have a decent writer's trust for this expansion, it is likely that the people of Adolin are so insular and have been for so much time that they don't know how to politic. You know? Yeah, you get it, Blade Taval. They're just swatting at each other in a way that literally everyone can tell is a freaking lie, and they're just doing it because, you know, again, they're pushing an agenda. I mean, that actually applies here as well, Dakota. They are completely unthreatened. Oh yeah, no, these people would just completely get shredded in Ottergon. Or Ul'dah, to use another example. Or Ishgard, while we're on the subject. Okay. Let's go back up to the story positives. Or it could crash on me. I mean, I don't want to go too much down yet another rabbit hole of polemic. But I do have a theory. And it's just a theory. I think that one of the reasons that politics has gotten so overt in the United States, in real life, over the last, I'd say about 20 years, it's been really bad. I mean, it's always been bad in the United States. Let's just get that out of the way. But it's been getting noticeably worse. It's been getting noticeably more obvious and more overt and less subtle and less politicking and more children swatting at each other, right? I think it's specifically because of the fact that the politicians in the United States are fat and stupid. They are unthreatened, as Dakota put it so accurately earlier. Like, if you are a member of the Democratic Party right now as a senator, what's your biggest competition? In some cases, the answer is nothing. You're pretty much set in your position for the rest of your life. Because if you're already part of a state that votes blue, they're all going to vote for you when you go back on the ballot, because most people vote for incumbents when it comes to those kind of elections. You barely even have to try. Same thing with the other side. If you're in a red state and you're running as a Republican ticket, you're good. And yes, I am kind of turning this into a two-party system is stupid argument. But you get my overall point, right? Yeah, there's several ways that we know that can help push back against that, but I do legitimately think that most of the politicians that are in government right now in the States are so unthreatened that they're just like, Florida. And we get some of the nonsense we've been having to deal with over the last several years. What in the world? There we go. Positives. I was going to write down some thoughts here. God, is it that bad now, Blade Travol? I mean, I know we have a bunch of old fogies in the Senate who have no idea what they're doing. Worse, they have to deal with all their nonsense every day. Meanwhile, Mitch is still alive for some reason. Hi, Spartan. Yeah, sorry. Excuse me. Reportedly, Mitch is still alive. Not sure I believe that. $65. Jesus Christ. If I might be so bold, someone was like, I'm deeply disturbed by how Lore Runner thinks there should be an age limit on politics. Let me try to give a little bit of an insight into that. If we are to assume a perfect scenario, okay? Let's say there's a politician who's been a senator for years. Let's assume that they are not evil or dumb or corrupt or whatever else. Let's just make believe for a second, okay? If they're an average age of 65, which I remind you means there's plenty of people who are much older than 65, do you know how much problem and issue and difficulty they have to deal with on a daily basis by sheer virtue of being old? Yeah, don't forget, dementia can start in the 40s. And even if they somehow magically have no mental illness issues whatsoever with their brain, yeah, the logistics of travel, the pain of a daily basis, things... How many of you have ever had, I hope none of you, but how many of you have ever had a pain that's what I like to call a distracting pain? It's where you can't operate fully because there's something that is just distracting you. Maybe it's something in your knee or your neck or a headache, right? Those get worse and more frequent and more of them when you get older. Like, if I might be so bold, I think older people, like really older people, being in government is a cruelty. You know? Hell, I have a headache right now, just to put this into perspective. I would not want to be on the Senate floor right now trying to give a speech about watermelons in this state. And I'm in my 40s. Yeah, not that they do speeches much anymore. See, that's the thing. Just have open gay sex. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a crap. Go bang each other. Have fun. Yep, safe. Obviously, be safe, sane, consensual. Obviously. That's fair, Blade Traval. I probably legitimately am in worse health than several U.S. senators who are much older than me. Because I'm poor, so I don't have access to health care. Like, I have a problem underneath my right shoulder right now. I can tell it's there. I could even fix it if I had access to myself. Like, if I could just pop out and give myself a proper massage. I can't, and I can't afford actually getting a proper massage, so I just get to live with that. Slowly work it out, bit by bit, over weeks. And that's just one little thing. That's just a knot or something underneath the shoulder blade. And yeah, I don't eat the best food because I can't afford that. I don't have spare time, so I don't exercise as much as I want to. I don't even have like something as extremely basic as a punching bag, which is something it has been a wish list item for me for actual years at this point, and I've never been able to get one because I just don't have the availability to have a punching bag, so I can't get back into actually boxing again. Did you know that streamers tried to unionize for a while there, and it was immediately rejected because Twitch streamers are not employees? That's it. That was the proviso. You're not an employee. No unionization. And it was just immediately defeated. It does not, Spartan. I have an outside, but I also have a lot of weather to deal with. You know, rain and snow both. So that's not happening. I could technically set it up in my room if I wanted to not have walking space. I would also have to do a stand, because I can't attach anything to that ceiling. Why do you hate good music, Magister? Explain yourself, sir. Just for that Castlevania music. If I can find it. There it is. Let's go with... I don't know who that is, and I think I don't want to, Matt Overlord. For a while there, I followed some of the biggest streamers. I stopped doing that because they're all horrible people. In varying degrees of horrible. Yep, sorry, I just wanted to finish my positives there. Positives. Okay. Jesus Christ, Matterlord. Like I said, they're all terrible. No, I didn't, Spartan. If I'm being honest, I've kind of backed away a little bit. I have enough of a headache as is. I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for Dracula. Not one of your manhunts. Theodore. Oh, right, that old fuddy-duddy who's always dressed like he's heading for a funeral. Thought I should mention him. One of my buddies who fancies himself adept at games of chance was talking the guy up a few days back. Something about counting cards and loaded dice. I tuned him out, but if you're looking for Theodore, check the Mummers Coalition. Besides, with that dour look plastered on your face, you can probably use a bit of relaxation. Altana loves all her children, but it wouldn't surprise me one bit if that expression makes her think twice about giving you guidance. Let your hair down. Gamble away some bailed. Or I could have fun instead of wasting money on nothing. Yep. So now we go all the way back to Bastok. No, we're good, Matterbullard. Please legitimately stop. I really don't want to hear it. I get the point. Card games are fun. I love poker. Legitimately. Texas Hold'em, if you forced me to pick a version. Oh, right, sorry. Let me mute WoW music here. Nobody wants to hear WoW music. So we have FF14 music. I'm not into blackjack that much. Oh, absolutely, Pillagers no. See, that's the thing. There's this really strange phenomenon I've talked about before. There it is. Yes, please. How many of you ever played poker for nothing? As in no chips, no candy, no money. It's really boring, isn't it? And it gets boring very quickly. You need to have some kind of stakes. Now, what's strange is, if I could get into opinion land for a second, I think that some people misunderstand that. Because they think there needs to be the... right over here, okay. They think that money needs to be involved. Because that way, it's, oh my god, you win, you get the dopamine. No. No, what has to happen is there has to be gameplay. I'm serious. There needs to be a penalty for failure. There needs to be a something to win and something to lose. Some video games, some games in general, can get away with no penalty for failure, but an inordinate quantity of games have a penalty of failure for a reason. Right? Even if it's something as simple as going back the previous screen to try again. So, yeah. Now, candy is probably one of the best things I've ever seen to play poker with, so I'm with Pillagers no completely on that. Get a big old pile of, like, hard candy or something like that, and just distribute it to the players, and then you just gamble. It's actually better if you have different types of candy. So, like, I have all this stuff I keep for the kiddos, right? So I've got, like, these sour watermelon slices, and then I've got gummy worms, right? But but then I've got these, like, gummy frog things. You get it? So, like, that's worth 1, that's worth 2, that's worth 3, or whatever numbers you want to assign to them. You don't even have to assign numbers, technically. You could just say, I'm gonna bet 2 watermelons and a worm, right? And M&Ms would probably be lower value because they're so small, relatively speaking, but they're still good. So I'm gonna put out 5 M&Ms for this thing. It's a great way to play poker. There's plenty of ways to do it. I've seen people do that with chips. I don't mean poker chips, excuse me. I mean like potato chips. It can get a little messy, but, you know, it's fun. You can do it with, like, carrots if you feel like it. What am I looking for? Assad. Yeah, exactly, Mad Overlord. Congratulations, my friend. With that look on your face, I wasn't sure you'd make it. Pay my ramblings no heed. What does he wish to discuss? And yeah, I've actually used just train poker chips before. Because at that point, you're basically just keeping score, right? Now, the way that works is, again, it's just for fun, but poker chips are satisfying. They have a wonderful clink to them, right? So you can actually, like, just kind of enjoy playing with the poker chips a little bit. As you're tossing them around. It helps. Yeah, we'll see, Blateville. We'll see what happens, because I probably should have done that first, but whatever. What you'll truly seek is the reason why Ignis pointed his twig finger at his youngest sister. Yeah, we've been on that for like 3 quest chains so far. The answer is so obvious, I'm amazed you came to me at all. Yeah, it's the sword! It's the sword! Was he really pointing at her or something else? I am sure he would be loath to point at another, so it goes against the very basics of etiquette. Begging your pardon, would you do me a favor pointing at me? See? Like that. When one points at another, he instinctively goes for the chest. So let me think carefully. Where was Ignis pointing? Okay, this is a little irritating. This was so obvious immediately. Every single person in chat picked up on this instantly. Towards the sky! God, game. Come on. Yes, I understand that she has the sword. Oh my God. No, I'm going to give this a negative. This is ridiculous. We should not have been spinning our wheels for 3 quest chains. Her hip bone. Just to figure out the extremely obvious. Like, look at that. What he just said, and I quote, precisely. Hang on, no, let's go to the whole thing. What, pray tell, is it about her waist that warrants pointing out? Precisely. Arciella was not the subject of his gaze. Rather, what truly caught his eye was the sword she had at her side. Like, they built that up way too much. This message was intended for you, was it not? Surely you do not need me to spoon-feed you. I suppose I have a few years on you, but it would be too much for you to expect me to provide you all the answers. I'm not an oracle blessed with the ability to see hidden truths behind shadows. The best I can do is provide you tiny insights into the realm of possibilities. Now, if I were you, I'd start by finding all I could about her blade. And if you had to find information, where would that be? I leave this mystery in your capable hands. Right, I know. Hold on. It looks like it's not going to give us the option at all. Yep, no, we just skipped right over the quest entirely. Jesus. That's my fault. I didn't even think about that. Like, that actually threw me a bit, because we literally jumped ahead a quest. Whoop. Pay attention, Mark. Yeah, it's a ceremonial sword which has a message inscribed on it. It's probably not intended to be like an actual sword. Not to get finicky about it, I don't care. Mysterious blade of hers she always keeps buckling in her waist. Orthocene. Must be something special to have an enigmatic moniker. Wish I could help you, but my specialty is elsewise. If you want to know more... Well, look at the cat dragged in. It's here. It's Lorburn here in the flesh. Let me give you a piece of advice, not as a maester, but as a person. Don't rely on whispers and rumors for information. Look, read, feel, find things out on your own. Evo! God! Now, when it comes to reading, there's only one place that stands out above all. The library, where you've been 4 separate times. I am going to give this a negative. This is our very first negative for this expansion. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go. We are not this stupid. I'm sorry. Oh, welcome back, Evo. Oh, hang on. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna call it, like, basically now. Let's see, so hang on, so we're going to the... Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, yeah, this is probably a good time for it. So I'm gonna go grab lunch. I'll be back.